Good evening. Welcome to the May 8th work session of the East Point City Council. Madam Deputy City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire is absent. Councilmember Robinson. Councilmember Bailey. Councilmember Renee is absent. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Cook. Councilmember Butler is absent. And Councilmember Gordon. So we missing 1, 2, 3.
Yep, we got a quorum.
Got a quorum.
Yep. All right, thank you so much. Before we get into presentations, let's go through the agenda items. See if we can have some items go to consent. So I'll skip the presentations. Update on policing. We'll need home alcohol delivery. I think we may be ready for that, or we'll talk about it briefly. Illegal dumping ordinance. If Councilmember Butler doesn't arrive, it will be placed on the June work session, but we'll keep it there. Same for 8 for Councilmember Shropshire, 9 and 10. 11 is a public hearing. And Mr. King probably has a brief update for us on that one. Update on short-term rentals. It's Councilmember Renee. We'll keep until we get there. This not put it on the June work session. And then new agenda items. Councilmember Cook, he's right here. I know he wants to discuss that one. General liability. I see we have the vendor here, so I'll make sure I realize what we have external partners here. Construction services for T-Splice, funded through T-Splice. Any objection to that being on consent? Item number 15. Item number 16, another T-Splice project for Washington Road sidewalks. Any objection to this being on consent? 17, emergency slope repair. Any objection to consent?
Definitely consent.
Okay, definitely consent. Number 18, emergency sewer line replacement for 2424 Conley Drive. Any objection to that being on consent?
It's a must.
That part. Number 19 is for East Point water model calibration services in our CIP for fiscal year 23. Any objection to that being on consent? Number 20, water repair services, emergency water repair services for water and sewer. Any objection to consent? 21. 22, another East Point water calibration. Any objection to consent? 23. No objections. Any objections to 24, emergency sewer line replacement? Emergency sewer line. I think we might already be behind now, hopefully. 25, purchase of 2 Crime Point converter surveillance camera systems. I can't talk right now. Police, I'm sure there's no objection to that being on consent. Habitable accessory structure at 1916 Westwood Avenue. Is the applicant here? 1916 Westwood Avenue. Habitable accessory structure. Okay, no applicant. I'll circle just in case. Special use permit for a habitable accessory structure at 2120 Ben Hill Road. Is the applicant here? 2120 Ben Hill Road. Okay. Next one is to amend the official zoning map. We'll have Planning and zoning present on 28, 29, 30. 31 is East Point Main Street Association. We'll need a presentation on this. I know we have some people, so I'll move that one up. Trash bins and townhome communities. No, I believe our sanitation director will be here for that. Update on economic development plans, updates on parks and recreation, and creation or notification of rental assistance program. I'm assuming all of those will stay. So back to items. I'm sorry, say it again. All right, so 36 we'll remove at the sponsor's request. Councilmember Robertson, were you asking something? I said 31 and 32. Yeah, 31 and 32, East Point Main Street Association. All right, so we
Madam
have
Mayor?
people.
Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Butler.
Yes, ma'am. I sent the council an email earlier, and according to a policy adopted by City Council in April of 2009, it says that we're only supposed to have 2 presentations that's supposed to last a maximum of 30 minutes each, and each council person is allowed to put only 3 items on the work session agenda, unless given permission to use other items from another council person. And I ask that if we don't do it this time, if we can consider going by that policy, because we are out of compliance with the policy that was adopted in 2009, in the effort to be civil to our constituents, so we can think about the safety of our people going home at night so late, both the city council and our staff. So I'm asking that if anyone would like to volunteer to apply what's in the policy tonight, it certainly would go a long way, and for us being in compliance with what policy is.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Butler. We just have gone through the entire agenda, and the majority of these items on consent. In 2009, I wasn't a council. I wasn't even elected. I wasn't even living in the city. I was actually in Florida. So I think what's more prudent is that, as I've suggested previously, that we put that policy back on the agenda for council to decide if we want to, and I believe it was a resolution, not an ordinance. So it's an expression of the intent of the council at that time. This council wants to decide to pass a resolution or amend the ordinance, which is has more, I'll say weight. It's actually a law of the city. Then we probably should do that. This is not the first council agenda where we've had more than 2 presentations. In fact, several of these presentations tonight are from the city manager and the operations side. And as it relates to agenda items, throughout, I've been here 9.5 years. I think you came a little after me. I mean, throughout this entire time, this council has operated differently. So I think what's prudent is that council look at discussing whether or not we want to amend our ordinances to actually have in place how we desire to move these forward. A resolution passed by, I think the only person that's probably sitting up here at the time was Councilmember Cook. And so I think that's probably a conversation that we should have as a council. And if you want to put it on this work session to have a discussion at the end of this meeting or a future one, I think that is where we really need to be, because this body is a self-policing body. And over the years, I don't think that anyone up here would be able to say that Councilmember Bailey just joined us this year. So that would be my suggestion. You asked if anyone would volunteer. I don't see any lights on this time as it relates to your request for a volunteer, but I think from a governance perspective and as a council, we probably need to look at amending the council rules and not relying on a resolution that was passed by a prior administration, prior council, where only one person sitting up here was there at the time to really reflect the way we've been conducting business. As it relates to your items, I went through the agenda items for tonight, and illegal dumping, item number 7. Would you like to discuss that tonight, Councilmember Butler?
Yes, ma'am. And regarding us trying to add that to talk about it tonight, I'm trying to make the meeting shorter, not longer.
I'm just
So-
giving you your options. We're here. You have an option. You can either add it tonight or you can add it to a future meeting. Councilmember Shropshire, the items that you have on the agenda, are you wanting to keep those on under new agenda items, adoption of streets, bank-owned properties, and squatters in East Point? Okay. And Councilmember Renee, I think is the only other one. All right. So that being said, Madam Deputy City Clerk, I have items 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, all on the consent agenda. And then the other items we will discuss tonight as it relates to, we have someone here for item number 14. That's our insurance. And then there are a couple habitable accessory structures. I'll read the addresses again to see if the applicants are here. Item 26, 1916 Westwood Avenue. 1916 Westwood Avenue. And then 2120 Ben Hill Road. 2120 Ben Hill Road. Okay, so after we get done with the presentations, we will then take agenda item 14 and then 31 and 32. Mr. King, do we have any external presenters for any of the other items that maybe I missed?
No, Madam Mayor, I think you've covered every item that we have, so no.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking at someone.
All right, so we now will start with recognition of our Citizens Police Academy 2023 graduates. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. King, for the police department to bring up
Thank
our
you, Madam
amazing
Mayor.
East Pointers. Look at the group.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're happy to have this group here tonight. And to have the introductions, we'll have Detective Donna Bridges, who's worked tirelessly with our graduates. And so I will turn over to Detective Bridges.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, Deputy City Manager. Thank you all for having us tonight. We've been having this class for the last 10 weeks. Tomorrow will be the last night for the Citizens Police Academy. So they wanted to come and share their experiences that they have encountered with the police department. And I expressed to Deputy City Manager, we will not go over 5 minutes. We're gonna try to keep it down to 3. So we're gonna get started. Thank you. So we're gonna go ahead and let the citizens speak.
Hello, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Tony DeRubis. I live at 3171 East Point Street. I've been a resident of East Point for about 13 years. This is the first time I've encountered the Citizens Police Academy, and it's been a phenomenal 10 weeks. Sergeant Bridges, Sergeant Fregosa, Captain Drake devoted much of their personal time to showing the citizens behind us and several others who couldn't make it, all about the police department and goings on around East Point. I don't know if you know exactly what goes on, but we learned about evidence, use of force, police ride-along. Each of us were able to do a ride-along with an officer. We had firearms training out at the East Point Gun Range. All of these were eye-opening experiences for someone like me who's fairly new to working with the police. I encourage you to support this 100%, and I'm going to give a round of applause to Sergeant Bridges for getting this organized. And if it's possible, I would encourage every citizen in East Point to book some time and go on a ride along with an officer. You will learn so much about what they deal with every night and every day. And that's the biggest thing that I learned in the 10 weeks is what these officers do for the city and how much personal time they devote to working with the citizens. Anyone else have anything to say? Please step up. Yep.
Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Linda Cage. I live at 2479 Forest Trail. I have lived in East Point for 22 years. This is my second time coming to the police academy. And they can't hear me. Okay. And I have to say everything that my partner here in our class has said tenfold. Every citizen in East Point needs to participate in the government, and this is part of the way of participating in the government. I will also say I am ashamed that this is the first time I've ever been to one of the council meetings. This is now on my list. I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting our police, and let's get them some more money.
Good evening, Council. I am Michael Stinson. I am the pastor of East Point First Malibu United Methodist Church, the big steeple right there. I am not a resident of East Point, but because of my association with the city, I decided to attend the police academy. And I was overwhelmed with everything that I learned. It was a great experience from every single part of it. Every day I learned something new about the city and about the police department that I did not know before, how they work, what they think. And then right along, I was able to talk one-on-one with Lieutenant Ponder about what I was thinking about some other cases, and he gave me a different viewpoint on it, which allowed me to look at policing and things more differently and more favorably for the police. And not only would I encourage the citizens to attend, I encourage the city council to attend. Because as you're talking about budgets and everything else, I think you really need to know exactly what's going on the ground level in the police department as you make your decisions. I think will be helpful for you and helpful for the city. Thank you.
Okay, we're almost at 4 minutes, so thank you, Mayor and Council. Deputy City Manager.
Did you really
City
start the
manager.
timer? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
I can't believe the others didn't want to say anything. Thank y'all so much. Congratulations. Oh, really? All right, before we go to the next item, we have a new director in the city, so I'm going to turn it over to our city manager to make an announcement in between our next presentation. Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for our Madam Mayor, council members, and all of our guests and employees. Did want to introduce to you Ms. Lynetta Griffin, who's starting today as our new communication director. Comes to us for a number of years of experience in both the county and city government level, and so we're just pleased to have her on board. She's hit the ground running today. And then go on, you can come up for a second. Just so she can see, I want her to see everybody see her face so they know who she is. And so we're just welcoming her today and just glad to have her on board. Thank you, Lynette.
Good evening. I did not prepare a speech, but I just want to tell you I'm excited to be here and I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve. Okay. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have pay classification and benefit study update. Mr. King from Human Resources.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got with us today Iris Jesse, and representatives for the consultant will be here today to also come forward and to provide information overview on this particular item. Thank them for all their help with Evergreen, and they've been a very valuable consultant for us. So just want to throw over to Ms. Jesse.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. It's my pleasure to present to you Mark Holcomb. Mark is with Evergreen, and just to show you how studious they are, he brought show them all the paperwork. That's all the paperwork that they've generated for the study. Just kidding. He has a flight to catch, so thank you so much for allowing us to come forward. As you know, and the city manager has kept you abreast, we have identified 20-something positions in the city, many of which you all have expressed some concerns about because of the pay in those positions, and also that dreaded C word, compression. So the study will address in the first phase those particular positions, and then we will graduate with your permission to a second phase until we've looked at every position in the city. I'm going to turn it over to Mark, and he's going to give you an update of what they've done so far. Mark?
Thank you all very much for having me. As was stated before, my name is Mark Holcomb from Evergreen Solutions, and I'm definitely happy to be here to give you a quick update on the process that we've taken so far. So with the classification and compensation study like we're doing here, there are a number of phases that we've been through and a couple phases still to continue and complete to get to the recommendations piece that will be coming in the next few weeks. To start off the process, we did start by working with your city representatives, particularly in human resources, to collect data on what you're doing now, what's your compensation and classification system, what do you have in place at the current moment. Collecting that data is quite a task, so I do want to thank, again, your human resources staff for gathering that all together. It includes job descriptions, employee information, organizational charts, policy documents, really a lot of things that we need to look through to make sure we understand what your current system and how you're operating now, so that we can make recommendations on any changes or any updates that we would like to see. We also worked with employees to send out job surveys to collect information on their positions so that we could best understand the work that is being performed currently. We understand sometimes job descriptions can be out of date, so we did try to collect the most current and up-to-date information possible in order to make the most accurate comparisons to the market. We have reached out to your market peers and collected data. I believe we received responses from 19 different organizations in your local area. So those include both competitor organizations that may be a little bit different than your city. They may be a little bit larger. They may have some different service offerings in certain areas, but they are competing with you for talent, particularly in these positions that were identified for this study. We have also collected data from comparator organizations. So those are the organizations that we would say are very similar to you, similar size, similar budget. But again, I believe all of the data has been collected from the Atlanta metro area. So again, all of this information we do believe is appropriate to setting compensation going forward. In the analysis we've conducted so far, we are, again, a few weeks away from presenting any recommendations, but we have already identified a few areas that we wanted to look at, including compression. We have seen some signs of that compression that we believe we'll be able to make a recommendation to account for and to update. We also are looking at the market, and while it's too early to give a more definitive statement, we definitely have seen some positions are faring a little bit worse than others. Some positions, it's a little bit mixed in that in the results that we have so far, but we've seen some positions that do appear that they'll have a little bit of a market gap. So we're looking forward in a few weeks to come back with recommendations to the city to address the internal opportunities that we've seen for improvement, compression, as well as some of that market differential. That's what I wanted to update you on today. Are there any questions or anything else I can do for you all this evening?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Councilmember Butler and Councilmember.
Thank you very much. Tell me your name again, sir.
It's Mark Holcomb.
Mr. Holcomb, thank you so much. When we raised our minimum wage to $15 an hour in East Point, there were some of us that were concerned about the compression problem. Some of the department heads have expressed that they've had people working for them 5 to 10 years and get paid the same amount of money that someone's coming in working 5 to 10 minutes. And so what have you recommended in the past to overcome those compression issues? And what should we be thinking about considering in the future?
Okay, that's a great question. So when it comes to compression, one of the only remedies you can do is actually adjust pay. Because exactly as you mentioned, if somebody comes in and they're making the same amount after 5 minutes that somebody's been here making, that's been here for 5 years, the appropriate fix is to find that market rate and typically to increase the pay of the person who's been here for 5 years to provide some spacing. We typically will not recommend decreases. Of course, if you've implemented a new minimum wage, you don't want to go down and back away from that. So it is typically increasing the pay of the person who has been here in the way that will best allow us to adjust for their tenure and experience with the city.
I look forward to reading your report, but could you give us a snippet? Do you increase that pay incrementally, or is it something that's done with the bonus, or?
So we do work with each organization individually to craft a custom solution that'll best fit the needs of that city and that organization. Some organizations do decide to take off essentially the entire implementation and implement it in one fell swoop. Some organizations do have to craft a plan in order to be able to meet the financial needs of the city. So we will help you figure out where you should be and then how you can get there, again, in an ideal world, as quickly as possible. But it is something where we do look at each individual that's included in the study. As was referenced, not every single position is included in this study, but we will help you look at every single individual who is included in the study, what the appropriate pay for them would be, and how to get there.
Thank you, Mr. Holcomb, and thank you, Ms. Jessie, for taking care of this for us.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm going to try to be even briefer than he was.
Okay.
You're working on a project right now that will have an impact on the project that I'm working on. Won't be a mirror difference, but it will impact.
Okay.
And one of the things I have discovered in research that I'm doing is that the skill set cities require in order to function as a city and as it competes for talent has changed quite a bit in the last 20 to 25 years. And that throws I don't want to say a cloud, let's just say a light on that particular skill set. To the extent it really drives what we have to deal with as it looks at salary ranges. Okay. I'm finding that we can't really take 2 or 3 cities at random and compare. There's just so many differences in how that city is structured and how they have to do business that it makes almost every example you put together an isolated case. Is that fairly common now? Those are my comments now, but I want to know if you some would agree with some of that.
Sure. So it's a fair statement that you're making, that when you make a comparison between your city and really any other organization in the market, there will be differences. So one of the things that we try to do, as I mentioned, we pulled from 19 different organizations to look at data. One of the reasons that we do that is so we can use the appropriate comparisons that we find, but we don't feel handcuffed to use a comparison that may not be appropriate. If you do compare to only 5 or 6 different cities, if you went out to the market and pulled data from 5 cities at once, you really would have to use almost all the data that you could have so that you're not letting an outlier in one city impact the pay to a significant degree. When you go out to 19 different cities, you're able to say, well, this one is probably not an appropriate comparison in finance, but it's an appropriate comparison in HR. This one might not be an appropriate comparison with police, but it is for trades. So you're able to pick those departments and those organizations that are competing most directly with you and that do have the highest degree of comparability. So that's what we have tried to do is make sure we are matching the duties and responsibilities that your employees have with those organizations in the market that are either doing as similar of a job as possible, those are the comparator organizations, or that are competing directly with you for talent. Because even if there are some differences in the way the organization is structured, if you're competing for talent against somebody who's next door to you, your employees have the opportunity to leave for them if they have higher pay. So we do want to take that into account as well.
Well, what I'm doing is not near as advanced as what you're doing, but I'm seeing some of the same things on a much smaller scale. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. My question, you might have touched on it just a bit. You stated, of course, that the only way or the best way to overcome compression is adjustments in pay. So we did raise the minimum wage. I think that was around 2017. Will your recommendation at the end of the study, including suggestions as to what an increase in minimum wage might look like for us in the coming years? Because adjustments in pay would need to happen, of course, overcome compression. But again, you talk about being comparative to other cities in talent. You know, I think already there are some issues with that.
Mhm.
So do you think that you'll be able to provide some actuals in case scenarios, if we were to raise the minimum wage to say $17, what that might look like and how we can avoid compression with another adjustment within the coming years?
Absolutely, we will touch on that. Again, we don't have any numbers right now to share, but yes, that is one of the things that we'll do. We do work with your HR department and give them a few tools that we use in our, the same exact tools that we would use in our process to look at what should pay be next year and the year after that. We can project some of that now, but I think these last 2 or 3 years are a great example for everybody that we can see. You don't always know what's coming. I think if any of us sat here in 2019 and looked at where did we think we would be now, it's not necessarily the same path we thought we would take. And so we'll give a little bit of projection, but mainly we will turn over those tools to HR so that each year they will be able to look at the market and really help determine where your pay should be adjusting and should be moving. One more thing I will share is with all of our compensation and classification studies of this nature, we do include a year of free dedicated maintenance. And so even when this process is over, we've made our recommendations. Up until that next year starts, we will be able to work with your HR. And if they ask a question, if they say, hey, Mark, we're thinking about increasing pay by X percentage, does that seem appropriate to you? We'll certainly be happy to work with them on that and make sure, again, that it's not just a one-time fix, that you are headed down the correct path in the future as well. Absolutely.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you again for your presentation, an update on the compression study. We've been talking about this for a number of years, getting the study done. So it's good to know that we're close.
Absolutely.
And we look forward to receiving your recommendations. Have a safe flight.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Next up is Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment Inaugural Initiatives, Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're going to have an overview of this item from Yolanda Johnson, who is serving as our Community Services Manager. She'll come on up. And then also Angela Blatch, who will be serving as our Housing Community Development Manager within our Office of Equity, and Inclusion, and Empowerment. They're going to give a brief presentation overview and also a little discussion of a couple of items. So I'm going to turn it over to Yolanda.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, Deputy. Thank y'all. Let me first thank you guys so much for this opportunity. I can go on and on about a passion that I have for this, but thank you for the opportunity to serve at this capacity. I'm going to start first by just going over our vision and mission for this office. The Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment envisions a community in which residents enjoy a sense of well-being, safety, and self-sufficiency. The Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment seeks to provide for programs and services which are geared toward addressing the following issues: homelessness, housing revitalization, housing affordability, mental illness, substance abuse, and economic mobility. And programs will be designed to provide compassionate and effective services that support self-determination and resiliency to all in need by promoting equal access, culture, competency, ethics, and accountability through collaboration.
Good evening, Council. The goals for this department includes provide for assistance to individuals and families within our community who are experiencing homelessness, implement the equitable policies, programs, and procedures as specified within our Equitable Growth and Inclusion Strategic Plan. Lastly, provide for the implementation of programs and services to include but not limited to housing revitalization, housing affordability, mental health, substance abuse, and economic mobility.
All right, so I'm going to start just by going over some of the things in the community, social services, just some of the things that I have to deal with on that end. One of those things is street outreach. That's one of those instances where I'm out in the community, seeing what needs to happen in the community, making connections with the school system, with different other agencies that we can actually provide a pool of resources for our residents here in the city of East Point. And homeless prevention as well. Homeless prevention, basically, we're trying to keep people housed, keep them stable so that they're not put out. We all know that the eviction crisis was terrible. So we try to work with our residents to keep them housed. Rent has gone up tremendously. So I try to build partnerships with property managers, landlords, and just try to keep people housed and try to work out a plan with those individuals, the owners of property, to make sure that we can keep people housed in the city of East Point. Emergency shelter, people that's out on the streets, just making sure that we can keep people off the streets the best we can. There are some barriers that I will talk about when we go to the next slide, but just mainly to make sure that we keep people sheltered. And rapid rehousing, when people have been evicted and they get to us too late, we try to find, and that takes a lot of my time, trying to build relationships with landlords and property managers, mom and pop landlords, some of our smaller homeowners here that want to rent their property, just making relationships with them to try and rapid rehouse people so that they're not out on the street. So we've had some great success in all 4 of these areas, actually. Some of the barriers that we face during this time, with some of those things that I just went over a minute ago, when we're trying to get people housed, rapid rehousing, they sometimes want you to make 3 times the rent. I mean, it's hard to make 3 times the rent these days. So when I say talking about building relationships with property managers and landlords, that's a lot of work and a lot of trying to negotiate and all those type of things. A lot of our residents, when it comes to income, it's not meeting that status quo, what they're looking for. It's pertaining to the rent. So we have to build relationships. I've been able to build a pool of relationships with the property managers, with apartments especially, where it just talking and really building those rapport with property managers, getting people in, whether their income is low or not, then we just have to work on the other end to try to keep them housed. But we have strategies for that. Poor credit evictions, derogatory reportings, those are things we deal with too. We have things in place for that. One of our main things when I talked about emergency shelter, when it comes to ID and social security card, that's a biggie. A lot of times you see people that's unsheltered, they have to have an ID and social security card in order for us to help them with federal funding. That is best practices, that is a requirement for federal and local government. We have to abide by those rules. We cannot step outside of those boundaries when it comes to that. Some agencies will work with some of the unsheltered, but a lot of times when they are unsheltered and they don't have IDs and social security cards, then we're talking about taking them to those agencies, getting them on their books so they can get that the social security and ID that they need. Just to give you an example, we had a resident where we was trying to get her house. We did an assessment. I actually got Gateway to go out with me. We did an assessment on the resident. And once we got there, we found out several things that she needed. My first notion when I found out so many things, her income was limited. Although we needed to get her off the streets, she only made a certain amount of money, which didn't even meet market rental value for housing. So we had to look at another strategy to get her off the streets, because if we can get her off the streets, then we try to put her somewhere, that's going to cause us to have to find another avenue to pay her rent, which she did not have enough money to do that. So those are some of the barriers that we face when we're doing that. Transportation, we do offer MARTA cards. We did offer her a MARTA card to go. Sometimes they just don't make it. So it takes us going several times trying to follow up on the client, making sure that they go and do what we ask them to do so that we can help them. And again, I just touched on the landlord, trust and mom and pop properties and different things like that. Some of our smaller landlords that own property here in the city of East Point. But those are some of the things that we face.
While my colleague spoke about homelessness, one of the other objectives of this department is to keep our residents to stay in place, to age in place. So therefore, we can help combat some of the homelessness that we are experiencing around our city. Some of the initiatives that we have began to research are some initiatives that were brought up in previous council meetings. Some initiatives that we are researching at agency aren't initiatives that were necessarily brought up, but we have identified that they have programs to assist us or possibly assist us in housing. For the sake of time, I will not go through all of the agencies or initiatives, but I will just touch on a few of them. The first one was the Healthy Homes of Roanoke. This was a program that is ongoing in Roanoke, Virginia. It's a public-private program that assesses homes and remedies and problems to make homes healthier, safer, and more comfortable for families in living. The city of Roanoke received a $2 million grant from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Redevelopment, which we all know as HUD. They're using this money to fix up older homes within the city at no cost to the homeowners. Their targets are seniors, families with disabilities, and low income. As you know, typically those are the requirements under HUD grants. The Marietta Public Servicing Housing Program, this is local to us within the state of Georgia. This is a new program with the city of Marietta where they partner with Habitat of Humanities to provide 6 zero-interest affordable homes for City of Marietta and Marietta City school employees. The city donated 6 lots, and Habitat will provide volunteers to build 6 two-story homes. The city used their ARPA funds of $500,000 for the public service housing program, in addition to the 6 lots. We have began some preliminary studies of other agencies, including but not limited to House Proud, which targets no-cost home repairs for seniors and veterans. The Metro Atlanta Land Bank, Habitat for Humanities has a program which is called Repair with Kindness. They help qualify homeowners repairing homes to make them safe, dry, and accessible. Those are for residents within the city of Atlanta and South Fulton. The last one we are looking into is the Atlanta Neighborhood Development Partnerships, and their target area is low to moderate income. We have several current housing initiatives as approved by this council on last month. We have began our East Washington River Park and Center Park neighborhoods housing assessment, marketing study, and revitalization plan with Mosaic Community Planning. We are in the process right now of doing data collection. So we are giving them the information that we preliminarily have received, and they are off and running. The other one is the Fulton County Community Block Grant. We recently was advised by Fulton County that the city is earmarked to receive $125,000 for blight removal and site clearance. I do want to give my thanks to Solicitor Weems and the Clean City Initiative. With their aid and efforts, we were able to procure a part of that CDBG funding. That particular amount, that $125,000, is earmarked to be released to the city in the first quarter of 2024. Lastly, we have the implementation of the Equitable Growth and Inclusion Strategic Plan. It is our hopes that we will begin soliciting for that implementation in fiscal year 2024. Thank you, and this concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. King. I don't see any, now, Councilmember Bailey, or hold on a minute. Mr. King, did you want to add anything before I open up the council?
No, Madam Mayor, I'll turn it over to council members for questioning. Both Yolanda and Angela have hit the ground running. I'll be having them come back to give regular updates as they proceed to get more details, but just want to thank them for their initial efforts and move forward.
Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for that great presentation. I have talked to Yolanda and sent emails often, so I know you're busy out there working, really helping the unhoused secure housing. So I really appreciate all the work you're doing and all the work you're doing as well. My question is about programs that are out there now for residents that are struggling as far as rental assistance. I know there are different programs. Is it a way to connect those programs with the residents by maybe putting it in the bill or something to give some notification about the programs that are out there?
I'm trying to see the best way to answer this. I make sure that I make connections with agencies that have rental and mortgage assistance, but a lot of times I have this pet peeve with people getting lost in the shuffle. Like if someone calls me, I like to see them through the process. Otherwise, they'll get lost. A lot of agencies don't answer the phone. That's a pet peeve of mine too. You're gonna always catch me answering my phone. That's a big problem for a lot of people that I send to other agencies. So given a list of people, of agencies to call, I do that, but we don't necessarily have it out anywhere. I would prefer to try to help them through that process because a lot of times I have direct connections to get directly to that agency contact person and get them through. But that's the most success I've received, even just through several years of doing this work. It just works better that way for me.
Well, would it be okay then if we even post that, like the department number, if residents are having difficulty with paying their rent, paying their mortgage, that they can call you then, I guess, and then you could connect them. I'm just trying to figure out the best way, because when I get a lot of questions as far as support with mortgages, rental assistance, I do reach out to your office, and I just wonder if it's a better way to communicate that your office exists. I know it is a newly formed office. What is the best way that can we get that message out to our residents that the help is here?
We do have a community resource hotline. Since we now have the newly established office, I'll get with the city manager to see how he wants to structure that. But we do have a hotline and an email address that we connect residents to.
Thank you so much for that information.
Why don't you go ahead and share the hotline and email address number?
Okay.
So we have it.
The phone number. I can't remember it right out because I give people my personal number to call me. But the community resource email is communityresources@eastpointcity.org. My phone number, I can't remember the community resource number right offhand. I can't remember it, but you can always call the city. They always get me. They'll always get me.
Would you repeat the email again? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. communityresources@eastpointcity.org.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe we can have that as a tab at the top of the webpage. Councilmember Robertson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we do have a great can you hear me? I think we have a great opportunity here, but let's just be real in reference to the system, not East Point, but overall system, in reference to as we address unhoused and emergency shelter. The system, in my perspective, is somewhat broken. And you're right, they are shifting around, call this number, call that number. People get lost in the shuffle. I like for us to really figure out some truly wraparound services and some real programs that really meet the unhoused and other residents at the level where they are, because there's a big disconnect. I was very advocate during 2020 and others trying to get some of the unhoused placed, and you guys know some of the obstacles that took place and still are taking place. So I think we should really figure out how to be somewhat creative as we build these programs. There's a church right next door that they feed unhoused once a week, but at one time the government, we didn't even know about it. So we need to really look inside of our community, figure out what type of programs we can do. We understand what Fulton County does or does not do. When we reach out to them, we have a great opportunity, and let's really make the best of it. There's a veterans organizations. If somebody's unhoused and they're a veteran, they will, if they have a honorable discharge and pass a medical clearance test, they will immediately get them off the streets. And so there are programs out there. So if we build programs and we build this template, let's do it right, because
Absolutely.
a lot of them are falling through the cracks. And
Absolutely.
you guys are doing the best you can, but this opportunity with this funding, please push a little harder.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. A
yield.
lot of things that you're touching on, we have some things in place. It's just now that we got the new office up, we're getting ready to get new staff, and that'll be great to where we got more manpower, because this work, we know that it requires a lot of manpower, and it's just not, I look like this now, but I don't sit at my desk. I'm out in the streets seeing what I could do. But yeah, thank you.
And it breaks me, if you don't mind me following, it breaks my heart because sometimes we do manage to get them off the streets. I personally seen 2 of them back on the streets within a month. So somewhere there's not a connection because they feel safer or more normal to be on the streets once we do get them off the streets. So it's not your problem, it's a collective village problem.
Absolutely.
How we make this work, because each day there's more and more new unhoused faces. I'm seeing them each day. They get off that train, and this is paradise to them. It's not Atlanta. It's a manageable, unhoused area to try to survive.
Yeah.
And we've got to do better, and we have an opportunity. So I hope you ladies and others in this department really step it up.
Yes,
I yield
sir.
back, Mayor.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. I know maybe not a year ago, but House Proud came and did a presentation, and they talked about the seniors that was on the list in East Point that needed their house repaired. Where are we with that? That was, I believe Aqua funds was going to be used for that. Where are we with that?
Yeah, we kind of gave a little snapshot, but actually we've met with House Proud. There's allocated funds for them that we have. We're in the process now where we're going to have they had an automatic vendors list they use. Contract procurement said the process we'll have to do right now is to have for a lottery bid so local vendors can bid on it now. But we've already going to award them $200,000. Will go to them. But because of our procurement rules, we couldn't just take their vendors list. And Ms. Flowers agrees and said, okay, that's fine, Darren. We'll just have you rebid so that people here, some vendors here can also have a chance to get that work. So it'll be bid through contracts procurement. So that's kind of right where they are right now.
Okay. And also, I talked to a lot of seniors, and also what I would like to see is a program that could go in and help them inside their homes. A lot of age where they can't change their light bulbs, they can't do those things. So is there any way that the Office of Equity and Inclusion can put something together that can help them do that? Because they're to the point and to the age where they can't. So a lot of them might not have the right lighting in their kitchen or their living room, stuff like that.
Right. Through my process of looking for a ramp for a resident, I did find out a lot of things that the senior citizens and the disabled community would benefit from. So that may be a possibility. Again, it's networking with other agencies because of the manpower that we have. So just networking with some other agencies, I'm sure we can probably look at doing something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the work that you're doing. I know when we spoke in January and I asked you about like how many people you had served in the role as an individual, you said you'd connected about 400 people to resources, all different types of resources, and helped 43 individuals or families who were unhoused become housed. So that was back in January. I'm assuming the number has increased. Do you have your current numbers?
Yes, ma'am. The number that we've held with rental and mortgage assistance now is about 568. And with homeless prevention or sheltering, just rapid rehousing, let's say that, rapid rehousing, we've gone up to 64. So we've rapidly rehoused 64, meaning we've gotten them off the streets. Whether they were evicted or on the streets, we've gotten them off the street and into housing.
So thank you, because I know that there's other support. I think you're within the grants department or with Ms. Barnes, but you've been doing this by yourself and have worked with over 500 people and connected 60 people to housing. And I want to make sure that we publicly acknowledge that that work does not go unnoticed, and that now, you know, that we'll have more staff, there's more need, there's always an opportunity to continue to improve. But I think that is very impactful on the many people that you were able to assist. So thank you for that. Also, as we move forward and we talk about the assistance with housing and a number of different types of programs around repairs, I know Habitat for Humanity came to a recent meeting. Councilmember Renee mentioned that she and her organization uses Habitat for Humanity quite a bit because they don't have an age restriction. So between Habitat for Humanity that doesn't have an age restriction, that has been working with NAACP helping people, and their NAACP is based in East Point, as well as House Proud with that focus around seniors and council's approval around that. I think those are opportunities immediately for partnership for repairs. And thank you, Mr. King, for sharing that update around where we were with House Proud. You know, this work is going to continue to be needed. What the pandemic did was shine a spotlight on so many people who are in need and will continue to need our support. And we're here to serve all residents of the city. And so I want to say thank you for what you're doing at GIC, the Georgia Initiative Community Housing Team Ignite, all of the work that you all have been doing over the last 3 years, and now getting to a housing assessment and really trying to dig deep into being able to build a plan, right? An actual plan around how we ensure that we continue to have housing that everyone can afford regardless of income level within our city, because we have a very diverse housing stock, and we have housing for people who are experiencing homelessness, as you mentioned, to permanently supportive housing, transitional housing, affordable housing, workforce development housing, attainable housing, housing for low income, moderate income, middle income, high income, and we want to keep that level of housing diversity within the housing stock that we have in our city to be able to continue to have a diverse city. So thank you so much for all the work that you all are doing. And we're looking forward to being able to continue to be impactful on lives of people in our city and really be able to help bridge those gaps and connect them to resources. So thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Next up, we have the FY24 budget presentation, Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our acting finance director, Shannon Golden, will give a brief PowerPoint presentation for our FY24 budget. Shannon.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, City Manager, Deputy City Manager, City Attorney. I'm here to present the proposed budget for FY24. This is a snapshot overview of what's to come in 24. With our budget, we begin that timeline in September with the capital project budget. That's provided to Mayor and Council in January. After that, each department is asked to provide their proposed budget. And from there, we make the necessary adjustments as it relates to the amount of revenue. Upcoming, you've received the last budget that I provided to you. You should have a manual copy of it as well as a electronic copy. We're planning to do our budget open houses meeting in May 22nd and May 23rd. Public hearing is next week, May 15th, and hopefully we'll adopt the budget in June 5th. Okay, with our current mills rate, we're keeping it at 13, so it's based off of 13 mills. For sources of revenue for the general fund, so we are budgeting $57,225,300 $21,648. Of that amount, property taxes make up $21,630,000, I'm sorry. Local option sales tax is, we're proposing 13 million. Licenses and permits, 2.7 million. Fines and forfeitures, 600,000. Fees, 750. We have other taxes of 4.9 million. Charges for services, $553,000. And our other revenues are those financing sources that we have in the general fund. This comes up to $57,225,348. As you can see, the makeup of property taxes make up 38%. Local option sales tax makes up 23%. Okay, where does fund go for each department? As you can see, we have 24. We have city council, city clerk, 2.4. The executive area is 6.4. Administration, 15 million. Judicial is 1.4. Our police is 16 million. Fire, 8 million. Public Works, 2.3. Parks and Rec, 1.9. Planning and Community Development, 1.9. Economic Development, 830,000. And as you can see with the percentage of expenditures for the general fund, our public safety makes up the most. When we do a 2-year comparison of the FY23 amended budget versus the FY24 proposed budget, you can see that for our general fund, we have an increase of 5.4 million over prior year. Another fund that sticks out here is the T-Splosh, of course. That includes T-Splosh 1 and some certain projects in T-Splosh 2. So our total FY24 proposed budget is $191,396,102, which is an increase of $2,605,139. With our capital improvement plan for FY24, the majority of that is with our T-Splosh funds for road improvements, as well as you'll see building improvements and buildings, for FY24. As it relates to the type of asset categories, you can see there art, we have art for 45,000, buildings, 5 million. We're proposing building improvements of 14 million. That includes, I believe, the city auditorium and possibly the rec center and improvements to the city annex. The city continues to replace these assets because they're aging. And so that's where you see, for the most part, expenditures going towards building improvements because we do need those improvements for our buildings. And also you can see CIP by department. As we go into our budget open house, and if you have questions about the budget, we have our city manager, our deputy city manager, our interim finance director, myself as the deputy, and as well as our senior management analysts that you can ask questions in regards to that. And that's the end of my presentation.
Mr. King, anything else before thank you for your presentation, Mr. Golden. Anything else before I open up the council?
No, Madam Mayor, only that we will be back next week. And then also we're going to have opportunities for online budget review for open house. And then we'll also have an in-person, which will be held in the city annex. That's correct? We'll have
I think it's going to be held here.
You're here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we'll make sure we get those dates out well in advance so everyone will know if they want to do online, they can do online, or they can come in person as well.
Councilmember Butler, then Councilmember Cook.
Thank you very much. How are you doing today, my friend?
All right, sir. How you doing?
I'm fine. I have 2 questions. The first one is, I don't see anything in the line item regarding the Ward D Recreational Center in this budget. Is it included in the deeper dive in the budget?
Yes,
the reason
sir.
why I asked that is because you show $7 million for auditorium, and that's my next question.
Yes, sir. It's this is just an overview. So when you look at in our recreational parks and recreation, you'll see that amount in there, as well as For our auditorium redevelopment fund, we have 7 million there, but with the rec center is in the recreation and parks and recreation. Part of parks and recreation.
So next time, could you let us know what that dollar amount is? So just for FYI, with this $7 million for the auditorium, is this the bond financing that the council approved? Is that where the $7 million is coming from, or is it coming from, where's that money coming from?
It's a proposed bond financing.
I'm sorry?
It's proposed bond financing.
Okay. Have we started that process?
Yes, the bond validation has actually gone forward. And so we've been fortunate. We have our veteran team that we've had before in previous bond financing ventures. So that has gone forward. They've gone to the proper processing of having the bonds the validated. So what they're going to do now is they have to put out the preliminary official statement, which will be coming up next. And so the timeline will be, they're looking at probably June for that, June or July. And so Bill Camp, who we've used before, is working on that along with Blake Sharpton, who's the attorney who's dealing with the bond counsel financing. But and also Doug Shelby has helped us a bit as well.
Do we have Nathan Lewis involved in that? Nathan was agreed to by Mr. Camp so that we would have diversity in our bond issuance.
We can check and see. I'll check and see on that.
Yeah.
Yes, we can definitely make sure.
So I want to just stress this. We talk about diversity and inclusion. Bill agreed to minority participation. I expect minority participation in this.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not that I have a lot of questions because you and I talk about 4 or 5 times a day, but one or two points I want to make sure the council walks away with. The very first one is, if you notice the projection for the increase in revenue for T-Squash is up quite a bit. That's by no accident. That is primarily because the City Finance Division has been very careful on how we project what projects and what we anticipate the expenses would be, starting off with the very first T-Splash that was passed around 2016. Now, what has happened over the years as the county reviews the performance of the T-Splash concept, they have acknowledged the fact that the city of East Point has been very judicious about how we ask for that money and how we spend it. Said another way, we were able to justify our need a little bit stronger than some other cities, to the point that that pool that would be generated by that tax rate per county distributed to the cities on the south side has gotten to the point now where East Point is basically cleaning the table. And it's not because we're greedy, but we're able to justify our needs to the point that other cities realize we either don't have the problem or we can't justify it as good as East Point is doing. It kind of takes a position. We have T-Splash. We know what it's designed to do. If a city qualifies, they get the money. We didn't just double that amount by accident. It's because Public Works, in their request for money for T-Splash projects, did their due diligence. And that's worth acknowledging. The second thing I want to mention is that you notice you got a budget here almost $200 million. Okay? It may be that by the time I come off the council. But right now, you're not talking about an increase that's major. You're talking about a total budget that's $191 million, and it's only a $2 million increase from last year. Is that a big deal? Well, it's a big deal to me because one of the other favorite things to watch is how we're beginning to regain the status we lost with hotel motel revenue. That number was as high as $5 million before COVID hit. And we got that money coming back pretty strong. And then the last thing I want to mention is I think the finance division, all things considered, do an excellent job of forecasting, which is another way of saying that you're gambling on the future. You're going to put in this budget, we're going to buy police cars with money we have yet to collect. And we don't place the order for any more police cars than we think we can get money for to pay for them. The strongest thing the police cars got going for them is that most of the money for those cars and fire trucks are going to come from property taxes. Everything else we need to do in that budget's got to come from another revenue source. Property taxes do not pay for everything the general fund has to do. Property taxes, if I'm not mistaken, I look at so many numbers, it's not even 50% of the general fund budget. The rest of the money's got to come from other places all the time. And the only thing I'm going to say about all the utilities, when was the last time we had a rate increase? Thank you, sir.
2013, I can answer that question. Prior to us getting here. I want to thank you for your presentation. Thank you for providing the budget books to us, which itemizes what's there. I think on that slide where you had the CIP projects, it indicated 12.1 million, I think it was, for Parks and Recreation. So I believe that's where the Ward D is. I think it's important that we note that this budget is a request, like this is a proposal for this council to review and make a final decision on. And I know we go through the budget season and post that there's a lot of focus on one event. I think we need to be transparent and indicate that this budget has $1,214,000 in events for this fiscal year. And when you take out the Wednesday wind down, that's $814,000 in events that are proposed, and there's funding being requested for this council to approve. And so I think that it's only fair that we as a council look at each of those events. $814,000. I know we have the East Point Main Street Association board here tonight, and they're going to be presenting, and they are back active. But $814,000 in events is a lot. $1.2 million total in events is a lot. And so as a council, I know there's a number of recommendations in this budget, but we often have people that only focus on one or certain events. And so I think instead of having someone else look through the budget and bring that to our attention, we need to make clear and make public that that is in here and those requests are being made, and that is something that we need to be discussing and making decisions on, and not just having items slipped in the agenda or in the budget to be approved when we've gotten to a point of $1.2 million total. $1,214,000 is what's in this budget. So again, thank you for your presentation. We'll have a public hearing on next Monday, May 15th. By charter, we are required to approve our fiscal year budget for the next fiscal year at our first meeting in June, which will be the second public hearing, and hopefully we will be in a position to adopt the budget on June 5th. We've been timely adopting our budget for probably the last 8 years or so, and I think that's critically important that we continue that practice. When we came in 2013, the FY14 budget wasn't adopted until like December, like 6 months past the charter required time. And so we made that a priority, as well as getting rid of the tax anticipation note, the payday loan that the city was being run on at the time. And so as we continue to move forward, again, I hope we continue to be fiscally responsible and that we adopt the budget within the time frame as required by our charter. So thank you. Look forward to the follow-up presentation at the public hearing on the 15th, and then getting those dates out as soon as possible about the upcoming community meetings around the budget, the in-person and virtual, so that if our residents want to come and have a more a conversation with you and our city manager about our budget, that we are making those opportunities available before the final public hearing. So thank you so much. Before we go to our police chief is here, so I'm going to go ahead and take our update on policing, and then we'll go to item 14 and item 31 and 32. I'll go back through the items that are set for public hearing to see if we have any applicants here, and then we will go in the order of the agenda. Mr. King, we can have an update on policing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilwoman Shropshire.
There's an item 2 update on code enforcement. So if he
Did I
can
miss that one?
do all of that in one, because he would still have to stay.
Which item is that?
It's the last, it's at the bottom.
No, I don't have it.
It should be on here.
No, but I mean, it's within policing, so as the chief is sharing his updates,
Yeah,
if there are any
it
questions.
should have been on here, because I expressed to the city clerk, update on code enforcement.
Yeah, it's not, but
Matter of
chief, if
fact,
you
I
want to come
said it at the
forward.
last council meeting.
Yeah, chief, if you want to come forward and during the update on policing, if we can also talk about code enforcement, because that's also a part of policing.
Not a problem. Good afternoon or good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager, City Attorney. As you know, summertime is approaching. We've started our youth summer camp focusing on ages 10 to 15 to try to drive down some of that built up lack of things to do. So we want to make sure we reduce crime in the summertime, and the youth are the ones we're focusing on because that's our target age group that commits most of our juvenile offenses. Also, our job fair to continue hiring. We want to be full by July 1st. That was the goal set. So for me to my staff, so we're having a job fair on May 19th, and that hopefully should be the last one for the year. We should be full. We're right at it. We're stone throw away from being full right now. In terms of the squatters, I know we get a lot of emails about that. I've assigned Detective Chris. He's working directly with Attorney Weems, and they're coming up with some solutions. We've been out to Heritage Park several times, and now we understand we may have some others in the city, so we're working vigilant to make sure that doesn't occur. A couple things we have to do, and I think a lot of people may not realize this, we have to get with the original property owners or management company. They are the ones who are the victims, so they're the ones who have to give us authority to let people know they can't be there. I think a lot of times people call the police and say they're not supposed to be here. We have to verify that through the people who actually own the property, which is a big legal issue. So that's where we're at. We started our skits again with Tri-City High School. This year we had Killer Mike come out. He's helping produce this so we can really reach a larger crowd. In terms of code enforcement, you know we're fully staffed. They're working 6 days a week on Saturdays. We're about to start working on Sundays because we notice we have a lot of pop-up things that occur, especially in your ward. So we're taking care of those issues right now.
Councilmember Shropshire and Councilmember Cook.
Thank you. So one of my concerns is the Big Nicks. What are we doing about that?
So Big Nicks is officially closed, but what they're doing is they're leasing their property to a lot of movie sets. So they're not open, but what they're doing is they're leasing their property to generate revenue through the movie sets. So I told code enforcement last week, let's make contact with the owner. Even though they're closed, they're still in business because they're renting the property, and see what we can do about that.
Because it looks like it, even though the building is closed, it looks like he can be made to bring the building up to code standard. I know that there has to be a violation with that sign being broke. And it looks, it's an eyesore when you're entering into the city. And that's the first thing you see is that building dilapidating and that broke sign. So I know that there's something in the code where he has to bring the building up to standard.
And the biggest thing is I told code enforcement last week, we know he's not operating as a business, but he's still operating and leasing the business. So we made sure we need to make sure we enforce our code. So they're working on that right now.
Okay.
Because if you can lease the facility for rent, you can fix the facility up.
Exactly, exactly. And my other issue is there's a house on Delow that has cement bricks literally in the front yard. And I've complained about this several times. Several times.
And you say it's on the
Vacant
low?
house.
All right, I'll make sure that's the first thing I handle tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you.
And I would let anybody know who's watching. If you have any kind of code enforcement complaints, you can always see Click Fix, but also you can contact me directly or you contact the police department because we want to make sure we get these things taken care of. Okay.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, not to put you on the spot,
That's fine.
but since the tent is still there, can you give me an update on where we really stand with the problem on Ben Hill?
So we went out there, we have cited him, so he'll be coming to court soon. I don't know the court date, but I can let you know tomorrow. But we have cited him. He had some words to say, I can assure you. The first time we made him shut it down, he started talking about rights and the Constitution, but there's code enforcement violations that we cited him with. So he'll be going to court.
Is there a fair reason why they are allowed to keep the little cheap tent up at the driveway?
No, and what they're supposed to do, if we see it, we make them take it down. But the problem is they'll put it right back up. And we haven't taken anybody to jail for that, but we have cited them for citations. So the officers are kind of using their discretion. Should we take them to jail or should we just keep citing those type of situations?
And I know at 2 o'clock in the morning, you got other priorities. I understand. Thank you.
That's no problem.
Interim City Attorney.
To the point of, thank you, Madam Mayor, to the point of the Big Nicks to Councilmember Shropshire's concern, back in 2021, Big Nicks was cited, the owner of Big Nicks was cited by code enforcement for violation of actually, I can give you the exact, they didn't have a permit for a roof and the roof was kind of caving in, so the property was in disrepair. They entered into a negotiated plea with the city because the person who was operating it was not the owner. So it was somebody who knew the owner, who knew of the owner. So they entered a negotiated plea that they would remain out of the city because they were operating an illegal business. The property as it sits now could or could not be considered for some other type of programs, some of the programs we have. I'm happy to give the chief of police to deal with that issue.
Councilmember Butler.
Yes, Madam Mayor, since we have the police chief here and I have a question regarding illegal dumping, is it okay to ask him that question now?
Yeah, I know we had squatters in East Point. The chief gave some information and update on that. So that item, illegal dumping, and if there's any other item that we have on the agenda that is connected to policing or code enforcement, let's discuss those now so that our chief can, I'm sure he probably would want to stay with us, but not really. So can let him go ahead and continue to protect and serve us. Go ahead, Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. This question is for you and the city attorney. We had some illegal dumping near Stanton Road, right where that storage place is. It is my understanding that you guys did some effective policing and were able to cite the people doing the dumping.
So yes, we cited about 3 people thus far. And last week, we got the tag number off a rental truck. So we're in the process of citing those individuals as well.
So I guess I have 3 questions. And have we coordinated with Public Works to put the sign up there yet saying no dumping? And I know we talked about putting a camera there. Are we able to do that or
So
not?
we have a camera there, and that's how we've been able to catch a lot of people is through the tag numbers. So we've also worked with Public Works all the time. Anytime they catch something, they let me know and vice versa. So that's how we've been able to cite them. So we're definitely working together, getting this taken care of.
Thank you. And this is for our city attorney, Mr. Weems. Mr. Weems, we talked about the fines that we levy on these people. Are we giving the people the maximum amount of fines, or do we need to increase the fines in order to deter this dumping?
So we've just now began to see the result of the increase of the police writing citations for illegal dumping in the city. I think I have maybe 2 trials that are coming up in city court. I generally will ask for a pretty high fine. In particular, on one of them, I'm actually asking for something a little more stringent. To your point, the state law or the NC ordinance only allows us to ask for a maximum $1,000 fine and maximum 6 months in jail on our city ordinance violations. And I generally will get pretty close to that, especially where it's really egregious.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. And thank you, Chief, for catching those people. I mean, you did it doing police work, and that's pretty good.
We appreciate it, but it's a group effort, so we all work together, Public Works and I.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for allowing me to do that.
Councilmember Shropshire?
I want to go back to the Big Nick situation. I didn't quite hear what the interim city attorney said. Can you repeat what you said about Big Nick's? Because you said that the owner the person who was running it was not the owner, but I didn't hear what you said in the end.
The person who was actually running it was not the owner. It was someone who was particular. I think they were actually maybe related or to the owner. And what they ended up doing, they got a public defender because they qualified for a public defender, because the restaurant at that time was closed because they had a roof that was falling in. Someone that actually had gotten hurt by sitting in front, and some of the roof particles had fallen on someone, if I remember correctly. As a result of that, they entered into a negotiated plea to pay a fine and to not do business in the city. That is unpermitted. So they were banned from doing business in the city. That was unpermitted.
So basically, we're just stuck with a dilapidated building.
I'm not sure how you get that.
So what I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Let me say
So, no, let me
Okay,
finish.
go ahead.
So, because you said that's the agreement that they entered into. So what can we do as a city for its code enforcement to hold them accountable?
So the ban is for them to not do illegal business in the city. That doesn't mean that they can't come in the city to enjoy your parks, come into the city to do anything that's legal. What it also allows is for the police department to go out and cite them if they are in fact in violation. What they were doing, in our opinion, was running an illegal business at that place. And I didn't think that that was something, and neither did the court think it was something that we probably wanted inside of the city limits. So to that end, they still are subject to the city's laws and ordinances. Councilmember Shropshire, what we want to, I guess at this point, do is to determine whether or not who the owner is, because the person who was cited was not even the owner. So what I actually did was research to find out who the owner was, because the person who was cited wasn't the owner, and that's how I was able to even get to determine that they weren't the proper person to be there occupying the property. And actually, now that I have the owner, because I actually went back and looked, I actually have the actual lease that the owner signed with them. And I'm happy to share that with the police department. The intent was that the owner was going to come back in and put a new roof on it and get some financing and reopen Big Nick's, but that never happened. And it became, I don't know if it became more fruitful to rent it out as a filming location or what happened, but that was the original intent, which is why, I guess, how we ended up here. But I'm happy to share that lease with the police chief.
And so let me just kind of make a quick comment on that. So what I tell code enforcement to do is go through the movie contracts and get the owner's information, because he's doing business in the city. He's not running a restaurant, but he is leasing that property out every other month for movie. And so he's making revenue and he can get the place fixed up.
Because the building is dilapidated. So I mean, I don't get it where he made an agreement not to do business in the city, but at the end of the day, that's an eyesore when you come into the city. And it looks awful. And just because he's renting it for the movies, we shouldn't have to, and nobody shouldn't have to look at that dilapidated building. And I just feel that the city can do more. The solicitor's office, whoever, can do more with making them bring that building up to code standard?
We're going to cite him because we know he's operating, so we'll cite him.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Do we need to discuss anything else on squatters? That's the only other item that I think would apply to policing.
Oh, I do have that on the agenda.
Yeah, and Chief mentioned something, he provided an update around the situation in Heritage Park. We also have had some in Lakeside Preserve, and they've been responsive. And so he gave that as a part of his update. So I wanted, if there are more questions.
So
we
my
talked about
question
those.
is, where are we with the ordinance or a policy of putting it in place? And that would be an interim city manager, interim city attorney question.
So there actually is already an ordinance. I did a training with the police department on Monday of last week. Actually went through the ordinance with them on what we can use on the 13-1005A5. It says it shall be illegal for any person, either individually or with someone else, to occupy by themselves or with another party, any person to obtain anything of value by either scheme or trick. So that includes squatting in somebody's house for value. As the chief of police stated, once we determine that the owner of the property did not allow or give them permission to be there, they certainly can be cited with that city ordinance. The issue is that initially we were attempting to charge them with criminal trespass. Charging with criminal trespass is just not very effective because it's a state charge. It goes down to the state court, and they really are dealing with murders, rapes, and robbers. So that kind of becomes a low priority. I think the chief will agree, charging with the city ordinance is probably a lot more effective because you get the desired result, and that is to get these people out of the house. I've gotten pictures from several of you all, and even citizens that have sent me pictures of the U-Hauls that you guys have began to see in front of these houses where people are moving out of them. So I think we're making some headway. But I'm not sure a new ordinance would affect what you're looking to, I think, happen where we have one. I guess we have one at this point.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my question is for the interim city attorney. Regarding that ordinance, could you explain to us how it will work? As the mayor said, Lakeside Preserve and Heritage Park. If we were to discover today that there's a squatter in a home, what happens in relation to that ordinance? Is there a citation, or can they be expedited in being removed from the home? Because we know eviction has to come into play at some point.
So it is interesting, and thank you for the question, Councilmember Gordon. Under 13-1005A5, it says to be in and about any place alone or with another or others, with the purpose or of the intent to engage in any fraudulent scheme, trick, or device to obtain any money or valuable thing, or to aid or abet any person or persons in doing so. It's pretty broad. So that actually allows for the police to either arrest or issue a citation. That becomes a decision for the individual police officer to make, depending on the circumstance. But if a person is certainly arrested, I generally will argue that part of the bond restriction would be that they be banned from that location. That prevents them from going back. They generally will get one opportunity to go back with the police officer to gather their things. Now, keep in mind, all of this is contingent upon us finding out from the owner that we didn't allow them to come there. We don't consent to them being there. We want them out. If it's somebody who's there legally and then they get into a dispute with the owner, that's something that's got to go to landlord tenant. But for these traditional squatters that you described, what Councilmember Sharpshire described, I think this fits. And I've seen other cities that have actually utilized it. And I'm actually, meeting with the municipality on Wednesday to teach them how to utilize theirs as well.
And let me just say something. One of the most important things that City Attorney Wing stated is we must verify whether or not they have a legal right to be there. And we get a lot of phone calls, but we can't kick people out. We have to verify, first of all, because we need to make sure this lease is fraudulent. And the only way we can do that accurately is to determine who owns the house and is it legally rented. So a lot of times people are calling us for these issues, and we try to explain to them, this is the process. They're upset, but we have to verify this is legal or not. That's the only holdup.
Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And that's a very good point, because there is a neighborhood where there are vacant homes and the homeowners are allowing the unhoused to live there. So in that case, that's not a definition of squatters, but the residents they consider the unhoused living in the vacant homes a nuisance to the community. So in that case, I don't know if that ordinance would cover that complaint of those residents.
Also, just real quick, just in case someone has a house for rent, something simple you can do is get an alarm, because every house that we have seen that was taken over, not one of them had an alarm system. So if there was an alarm system installed, it would notify us that someone's actually unlawfully entering the residence, and we can handle it from that perspective. So we're encouraging individuals and also these corporations to get alarm systems for these vacant houses.
All right, well, thank you so much, Chief. You were able to take care of 3 of our items tonight. We want to make sure that we allow you to continue to protect the service. Thank you so much for your leadership and all that you and the women and men in blue are doing. We appreciate you. Stay safe.
Thank you, and you're welcome.
Next up is item 14, review and discussion and approval of 2023 general liability and pollution renewal proposal with Chubb. Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm gonna call our HR Director, Ms. Iris Jessie, will come forward at this time, as well as our representative from McGriff, is Mr. Glenn Singleton, who is here to give an overview as well. Sorry, Greg Singleton.
It's about that time of year that we bring to you the renewals for our general liability insurance. As we stated in the council agenda tonight for your consideration and review are the general liability, which includes our dam, reservoir, law enforcement, automobile, public officials, miscellaneous professional liability, limited sex abuse, limited auto physical damage, and also pollution. I am joined by Greg Singleton, and he's going to come to you and review those components. Greg?
Thank you, Ms. Jessie, Madam Mayor, council members, city managers, city attorney, and everybody in the public. My name is Greg Singleton with McGriff Insurance Services, and just wanted to give you a little bit of background on what we decided to do this year. And while we're talking about budgeting and trying to move things into a more seamless process, we decided that we would take a look at bringing these policies that renew on 2023 to renew on 10/1/2024. So in order to do that, we have contacted Chubb and negotiated a rate based on 18 months coverage versus the traditional 12 months policy. And the reason why we want to do that is so next year, when we go before council, we're talking about all the insurance program one time, instead of having to talk about the pollution and the general liability package, and then come back a couple months later and talk about the property, the cyber, the work comp, and all the other lines of coverage that renew on 10/1. So the goal is to get all the policies lined up on a 10/1 expiration date going forward. That way we have one budget conversation about the insurance program and not having to stagger 2 different conversations, and also, potentially throw off the budget and come, and asking for this, in May, and then turn it around in the summer and asking for the property and all the other policies that renew on 10/1. So last year, the general liability package was $1,971,258.64. This year, the premium is $2,133, $334.32, which is a difference of $162,075 from the previous year. Now, there is an additional premium for the months from 6/19 to 10/1 to get us in line with the 10/1 expiration date, and that's in column F. If you look, that's going to be the prorated premium to get us from 6/19 to 10/1, and then from 10/1 we have the premium of $2.1 million to get to 10/1/2023 to 10/1/2024. That number is $697,963.76. So so we look at the totals. One thing I wanted to discuss before I get to that was the difference. The premises and pollutions liability is a 3-year policy. So that premium of $92,103 was actually paid in 2020. Now it's time for the renewal. So when we requested the quote for that, we did it for 3.28 to get it to the same 10/1 expiration date for 10/1/2024. So I wanted to point that out, that that's a 3-year policy. That's why it's not indicated in the total down below. But if you move over to column C and look at the totals of the two combined for this year, it's going to be $2,231,698.56. And that gets those years lined up along with the additional $697,963, which brings the total to $2,929,662.32. And I can't see that because of the flag there, but no, it's fine. Well, right, and that gets us from 6/19/2023 to 10/1/2024. For all those policies, with the exception of that pollution, you still have 2 more years of coverage that you don't have to pay for in next year's budget, because that's covered in that $98,364 that's in this year's budget. So, any questions? I know that's a little confusing, but I tried to make the spreadsheet as simple as possible to give you an idea of what we're trying to accomplish. So,
Thank you for your presentation. I'll go to Councilmember Robertson, and then Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a 2-part question. One, I'm seeing law enforcement and automobile, but I'm not seeing fire. I'm assuming that's something totally different that you guys don't cover. Is that correct?
no, it's in the law enforcement.
Oh, that's in
Yeah.
law enforcement. Okay. Also, can you explain, because I'm not aware of the pollution liability. I'm not familiar with that. So can you explain that to me, how that works, what type of liability we have in pollution?
Sure. So with the pollution liability, it's the exposure of, and yeah. So essentially that coverage is for any risk involved in like chemicals from a water plant. It's on a 3-year policy. And, so I can't say exactly how it works. I can get back to you with an answer on that.
I would appreciate
Yeah,
that. I'm doing
yeah.
some studies on environmental injustice. And so in reference to pollution liability, I just want to know more about it.
Okay.
So I would appreciate that.
Okay, I can get more information and present that to you.
No problem, no problem.
My apologies.
Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Gordon.
You didn't know we were going to have a conversation after you walked in.
I was so concerned about getting the numbers together.
All right, it's been a couple of decades since I've been in this arena, but what I think you told me is that we can minimize the potential increase in our premium by stretching the coverage period. That if we got away from what's the normal turnover and continue to do that, we're dealing with that cycle of events. But in this particular case, we stretch it a few months, maintaining the same premium rate, we could come out a little ahead in the end. That's pretty much what you're trying to tell me?
That is correct. That prorated amount is based on this year, 2023 premium rate. So it's actually favorable because you got that 6 months coverage that extends to get you to the end of the term for 10/1/2024.
All right, now if I got that part of it right, then the other side of that is by also stretching it out, I have extended the potential for incidents to occur that I will wind up paying for the next time I renew.
Right.
Okay, no free lunches.
And also the other thing that is added benefit of doing that, getting all those dates lined up, is it creates better marketability when we go out to insurance marketplace and we look at other carriers as options. It's more attractive to see, all the policies lined up. Makes it real easy for them to, give us indications based on the full year of the insurance program instead of segments of it. So it makes it extremely attractive to competing carriers.
Provided you don't wait too late before you go out shopping.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, one, I do agree, common effective dates makes life so much better for everyone. So I do support common effective dates so that all policies are aligned. That makes sense. 2 questions. One about the premises pollution liability. Are we by chance in any need of legal liability pollution? No?
No.
Not at all? Okay.
So the information that I have before you is all the program that you guys currently have.
Okay.
So, and the reason we did it that way is because we wanted to get to know the city in this first year to really get an idea of what you guys are doing, from a risk management perspective. So when we go out to market next year, we have a full understanding of what's going on. We've done a full assessment of all the lines of coverage, and we haven't tried to, come in and make adjustments without really evaluating the program to see if the program that we have is good. There's a lot of good things that we see, especially in the conversations that I've had with the carriers, especially Chubb. There's a lot of great things they see, and they really didn't want me to take it out to market this year. So they gave me the option to have that long extended term without me having to consult other carriers to get that. So they're really, favor keeping the city of East Point as a client. So that was one of the reasons why they offered, to give us that extension.
Okay, so basically kind of renewing per expiring.
Yes.
And then moving forward, because one thing we did experience years ago was that we were just renewing per expiring, but no one was delving into what we really needed. And I think that made all the difference in the recent years because we did realize we needed some, I think it was auto liability for law enforcement that we didn't have. So just want to, just support the fact that while I know typically we renew per expiring, but definitely making sure we're taking a dive in as our needs may change over the years. You just never know, right?
Absolutely.
Also, just to answer this question, can you respond to why the pollution liability policy is at a 3-year term?
Well, that's what it was when we
Per expiring?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
that's what it
Got
was. It was started in 2020, and we don't have any information to
base.
document.
Yeah.
Prior to that, but we're assuming from Chubb that it was on a previous 3-year term as well.
Okay, so you're just kind of rolling over
Well,
right now and just keeping on.
this time, yes,
Yeah,
that
okay.
is the idea, and the reason why we really wanted to do that was we thought it would be important for us to get a great understanding of the program before we started making any changes to it.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
And give you another example, we're looking at flood policies.
NFIP or hazard?
NFIP.
Okay.
So we're looking at the flood policies that we were provided to us. And, we found out that one of the buildings was.
In the flood zone?
It was, but the 2 buildings that we had flood policies on were not. So we're in the process of trying to change all that stuff around to make sure that we got the actual building. So what that ended up sparking was now I'm going through the property schedule and looking at every single property to make sure that before the property renewal, we have an updated flood map, topography image of where that building is in relation to the floodplain, but also, what zone it's in.
Okay.
So, we're trying to get every little, as we're going through this first renewal process, we're trying to make sure we look at every little detail with all the different policies to make sure that, like you said, we're not missing something, or that something, could be insured that, is either underinsured or something that could not be on is possibly not on the schedule.
Okay.
So, I have my team really diving into that and looking at every single aspect of it for this year. And as soon as we finish this first part, the next phase is to start looking at the property schedule and diving into that to make sure everything's current. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any more questions? I know Councilmember Robertson, you wanted to get more information on the pollution liability. That's something you want to get at Monday's meeting and put this on the agenda, or can it go on consent? Consent, any
And I can
objections
shoot
to
you an
consent?
email, if that's okay.
Councilmember Gordon said she has some information. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
If that's okay, I can send him an email
Oh,
tomorrow with an update on that.
All right, Madam Deputy City Clerk, we can put 14 on consent. Thank you so much. Next up is item 30 and 31. Mr. King from Economic Development and our East Point Main Street Association.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our Economic Development Director, Maceo Rogers, will come forward and give an overview of these two items. Thank you, Maceo.
Thank you, City Manager King. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Maceo Rogers, Economic Development. I'm very excited this evening because we have members of the East Point Main Street Association here to walk us through. And at this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Shelby Akeem if she will join me here at the podium to kind of talk you through the two items that we have on this evening's agenda.
Yep, and they're actually 31 and 32. Sorry, I said 30 and 31.
That is correct.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, Interim City Manager, and City Attorney. First, let me start by introducing the new 13-member East Point Main Street Association Board. We have 9 of our members here. Would you raise your hand and wave as I introduce? Well, I'm going to actually introduce you by name.
Why don't they come stand with you while you present?
Would you like to come stand? We've been here since 6:30, so I'm appreciating
why
their
they should come-
patience.
which is why
But if
they
you'd
should
like
come
to come on
stand.
up. All right, so Ms. Juanita Johnson, who is a resident of East Point and a business owner. Kashka Adelaide is a business owner. I think you recognize her from Cupcakery.
Absolutely, the best cupcakes in Georgia.
Yes, Kayvon Arnold, who is a board member and across many city boards here with us. Michael St. Croix, Jefferson Park resident and a board member. Rachel Hill as well, resident, Jefferson Park. Richard Dillard of Rich and Poor, as well as Vasia Serrano. Kristen Jackson, who is returning with me as a veteran to this board.
She probably had to get home to the babies. Oh, there she is.
Kristen is here. Fitzgerald Smith is on our board. He couldn't be with us tonight. I know you are all very familiar with him. Then we have Miss Anitra Favors, Miss Hazelyn Ettentoff, and Mr. Emmanuel Laidlaw, who is the business owner here. So there are 13 members who are committed to bringing East Point Main Street Association back. For the 2022-2023 budget, item number 31, we are requesting $45,000 to create a festival atmosphere for the 4th of July in concert with the fireworks show that you have already paid for, and we thank you for that. That way we won't have to do that part. We are starting a little later than we usually do. We did not have Taste of East Point because I had to find these fine ladies and gentlemen to help us bring it back and to get ourselves together. As you know, we did have a hiatus as COVID kind of shut us down and the city shut down events. We will be producing a family-friendly atmosphere. Right now, we're proposing from 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. on July 4th. We will have food vendors, retail vendors, and a special section should our East Point business owners agree to highlight just East Point restaurants. And so since we have several East Point restaurant owners here, we'll have a section that is the city of East Point as a section, and then all the other vendors who we usually have around us. So our residents understand that they need to come back and support our downtown businesses and support our downtown restaurateurs and artists that they see throughout the city. We do have bills that need to be paid. So we are hoping that you will approve our $45,000, because in order for us to have this event, we'll need to go ahead and get those invoices in and paid. I see smiles and nods, so that is encouraging. We will have a children's activity area. We are working with Radio 1 through Ms. Serrano, who will help us source country artists, gospel artists, R&B artists, and we've also reached out to Tri-Cities High School to see if we can get their drum line to come and open us up to let people know that we are officially back. Drums always bring people out. Kids like drums, adults like drums. We know that we have a performing arts magnet in our city, so we want to also take advantage of those students who may be out during the summer but need something to do, who will come and perform on our stage and give them an opportunity to get exposure to a larger audience in their community. So those are the types of things that we're looking for July 4th. Do you want me to move on to next year? Oh, go ahead.
And just one little typo in your agenda. You noted probably there were only 40,000, but it is 45. That was a typo. So just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that.
Agenda does say 45.
Okay,
Plus
perfect.
in
I
kind.
must have printed out the earlier version.
My
so
question
that's-
is that already budgeted in the economic development
It is.
budget?
Yes, ma'am. That's under special events.
So what's needed is approval of the MOU that's attached to the agenda, but the money has already been budgeted.
That is correct.
Okay. I think we should take it one at a time. So are there any questions on the 4th of July? Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Buck.
Thank you. I have a question. So I know you're coming tonight for the 4th of July. What about the other events that the Main Street Board was doing? The Destination of East Point?
Yes, ma'am. So that's number 33.
32.
32, I'm sorry.
Okay, so right now, so we couldn't combine them?
No, I think we should, because they're two separate MOUs and for two different budget periods. So
Okay.
we'll go right into the next discussion.
Okay, so
once
let
we
me
finish
ask you, so right now you just want, what's the amount?
45,000, that would have been budgeted for 2022, 2023. And then we have a 2023, 2024 ask as well.
So let me ask you this, is 45,000 gonna be enough? Because I know what it takes for the amount to get you where you need, well, I'm not gonna say it like that. So let me back. But I know what it takes to get good acts, good artists, and what it costs. So
I'm going to bring my entertainment chairman up to talk to you about that. What we were sticking to what was clearly already budgeted, because again, invoices are pending. However, she can speak more to that.
And I think just for clarification, so
Yes.
the budget cycle that's about to end on June 30th, there's already 45,000 in the Economic Development
So
Department
they already
budget
have the
for that.
45,000 in now.
Correct. The
So that's-
discussion that
that's
you're
all
having is
you
probably on
need
32.
right
No,
now.
that is not all we need. That is all we were told was budgeted for us. However, she can give you a better idea of what we truly could use.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Oh, boy. Good evening, all. I'm Vassir Serrano. I am here as part of Rich and Poor Opulence Lounge for the city of East Point, but I'm also with Classics 1029, which is part of the Radio 1 family. So I'm on air. That's how Radio 1 gets involved. I've brought the entire cluster. That's Magic 107.5, 97.5, Praise 102.5, Hot 107, and Classics 1029 to the table. And what they're partnering with us to do, if we're able to move forward, is provide some in-kind help. That's part of the budget as well. But also with our current budget, we're paying for some local acts based off of the 45. We do need a headliner. Radio 1 is willing to try to find a headliner for us on promo. So someone that's very well known that can do it. So that's not a cost we're going to have to face at this stage of the conversation. So they're taking care of that, and that's where a lot of that money comes from. So entertainment, yes, is a big portion. Now I'm going to let Shelbia speak further about the 45 is just the start, because we do have staging, as you well know, and staging is way more expensive because we started late. And so we had to get what is available. We are using ICP, which the city uses as well, but our cost is probably slightly higher than what is, well, we're using the wind down Wednesday because there's nothing smaller at this time because we are running so late. So that's a big part of that 45. We're just looking at deposits for right now. So on the entertainment side, 45 is going to cover a lot, but it doesn't cover everything that we're going to need for the other portions as well. Radio One has also offered to bring in their clientele to help with sponsorship and maybe even vendors. So the money can be there, but we have to start with the basics first, and people need their money up front. We got a late start. Thank you. Any questions for me?
So, and I'm gonna ask again. You say 45 for now, and I know what the stage cost is. You're getting the big stage, so
Yes.
I'm familiar with that. I know that. So to make sure you have enough to do what you have to do, what's the ballpark figure additionally to the 45? Because I know the stage takes a big chunk of that.
Yeah, so the stage is about $25,000. So if you could cover that additional $25,000, because that's half basically of what we're looking for, then the other 45 could go to the entertainment, could go to, we're expecting to bring in vendor fees. You know, vendors have already started to call us. However, we know how small, not small, that's not, we know the depth and width of East Point Street and how much the chief is gonna let us close off. We also want to make sure that if we bring vendors in, they're going to make money and they want to come back. So I could get 100 vendors and then they'll be mad at me on July 5th because they don't think they got a return on the investment. So we're trying to keep it to the 40 to 50 that we traditionally have, but even some of those are not going to be the vendors that are going to pay a large amount, because we're going to give discounts to our downtown businesses, first of all, to get them to come out, because they have to double staff for the business that they have regularly and then to come out to the festival. But we think it's important for them to get that exposure and important for them to be seen so that people who come into the city who aren't residents know that they can come back and get a great cupcake and get a great slice of pizza from Oz. You know, if they want a nightlife experience, they're going to go to Rich and Poor. And so we want to have that City of East Point section there so that this continues to be where people want to come and people want to be a part of what we're doing. So I will yield to you because you have more experience in the entertainment arena. But, you know, like I said, the stage is half of our budget. We do expect to get vendor fees in probably to cover that stage, but if we could use that $20,000 or $25,000 to get a headliner, that would really make a significant difference in bringing it back and then people coming out for the fireworks show later on in the evening.
So then that's a question for the city manager. Is it possible that the city could cover the cost of the stage for the Main Street Board? And actually, ICP came from Main Street Board. That's how we got connected with them.
So what I have is Councilmember Robertson and Councilmember Butler, but if you all can release your mic for the city manager. Go ahead.
Well, I'll get with my finance director and we'll see where that fund would come from, but certainly we would have to bring that forward as a recommended cost that would come from a certain line item, because the amount, it would have to come back to you once I determine where it's coming from. But yeah, if you commission me tonight to go forward with that, I can bring it for you at the next meeting at your request to say where that would come from for your approval.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Butler, then Councilmember Robertson.
I was going to ask that we put this on consent agenda, that they may receive the funding that they're requesting. I guess there's a question about the dollar amount now, though. Maceo, do you have a definitive dollar amount, or a city manager? What are we looking at?
Do I have the dollar amount for what's planned this year?
I'm sorry?
What was the question again, Councilman?
Well, I was going to ask council to place this on consent agenda in the amount of $45,000. However, it seems to be a question about the dollar amount. So I'm asking, in order for us to consent to this, we need to know how much.
70,000.
Yeah, 70.
Takai
For-
desu ne.
for- Yeah, 45 plus 25.
I ask the council consider placing this on the consent agenda for the amount of 75 or 70?
75.
So here's how it works, Councilman Butler. You keep raising the amount, they gonna go with that.
It's
But we
gonna go
also have to talk about
70.
FY 23 and 24.
$70,000. Okay.
Member Robert?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're happy to see the East Point Main Street Association back together. So great work on everyone who made this happen. Also, I just want to throw this out there in reference to the area of what you call the downtown businesses area. This might not be under your purview, but it is something that needs to be addressed in reference to the business and the optics out there. There's some flower beds that have been falling, and again, it's not yours.
We actually have that for the next one.
Thank you.
We have that. Mhm.
Okay,
We've heard you.
I'm gonna yield then. Thank you.
Okay.
Good to see you back.
Thank you.
Right, so, the 70,000 for this fiscal year, which is gonna possibly require a budget amendment unless it's coming from the Economic Development Department, but I'll let you all figure that out. Because the event is actually in the next fiscal year. The event actually happens at the beginning of fiscal year 24. And so we have 45,000 in fiscal year 23. Definitely allocated. We're not gonna have a discussion about FY 24, which is July 1st of 23 to June 30th of 24. And so from a budgeting perspective, I know the ask for 23 to 24 is 100,000, but it sounds like there's more needed there. So from a finance perspective, I don't know how this works around them being able to get what they need to be able to have the event on July 4th, which is in a new fiscal year. And what we need to do a budget amendment or take care of it with this next ask in fiscal 23, 24.
I don't think that's gonna need a budget amendment, Mayor. That's in next fiscal year. That's in July we do that. So I'll just bring it back to you all when you approve it in the budget for FY 24. So it'll be tweaked per your recommendation. So that'll be updated in the budget books that you'll have. So it'll be amended, but according to what your wish is for the next year's budget cycle.
So I think there's a definite desire to go consent either way for both of these items. The question is the MOU for FY 23 that ends on June 30th, the 45,000? Because if it's 70,000 for fiscal year 23, that's where I was talking about the budget amendment. The money will come either way, whether it's in the 23, 24 ask, increasing that amount that starts July 1st. So
I don't need a budget amendment to do what you want me to do on this one. I won't need a budget. No.
okay, so is the MOU for 23, 24, 70,000? Is it 70,000 for 23, 24, which is June 30th? And then we move forward with the request on 100,000 for 23, 24. Is it 45,000 for fiscal year 23, which is what we're in? And then there's more money in the FY 2024 that starts July 1st, so that amendment would be needed in 23, but not 24.
The latter, Madam Mayor, I think would be the most appropriate.
Can you restate my letter?
Because the 45 in the current fiscal year with the additional part coming in the coming 24th fiscal year.
Which kicks in July 1st.
Right.
So that's my question, again, because we have invoices pending. When does the additional check get cut?
That's what I'm trying to get them to provide clarity on.
Okay.
In order to get a 25 additional cut this fiscal year, it would have to come from the Economic Development Department's budget, or potentially a budget amendment. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just trying to deal with the reality. So when we put it on consent, we have the right thing on consent, and we're putting the money in the right year. But I know you just talked about securing an event, and we have the relationship on the stage. You said you're using the same vendor.
Yes.
So if the city were covering the stage as a part of the in-kind in this MOU for fiscal year 23, then they would have the full 45,000 and we could deal with the in-kind and budget it. I have Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Gordon, in that order, and we're on 32. I said Councilmember Gordon, but yes, go ahead, Mr.
Well, thank you.
We need Mr. King on to respond to. So I started talking on the 31 because everyone had finished. So I'm trying to wrap up 31 before we go to 32.
Is it okay? It's me?
No, the city, interim city attorney and the city manager were nodding and conversing. So we're trying to figure out what we need to do for fiscal year 23 to make sure we put the right thing on consent. The money's not the issue. It's just. No, I didn't say, that's not in my vernacular.
Yeah. They need the money for this fiscal year.
Correct.
Even though it's gonna be happening next fiscal year. So I gotta pull the money from this year. I can find the 25. I'll just get with my finance director. We'll pull the extra 25, take it from Macio's account from the 45, and we'll find the other 25. So they get that money in advance, because they need to take care of all those arrangements done now, before that. So yeah, I would just go ahead. I would say approve it with the amending of this item to add additional 25,000 to bring it up to 70,000. That will be coming out of this fiscal year.
Okay. All right, so item 31 is going on consent for 70,000 plus cash plus in-kind. So that would mean that EPMSA would pay for the stage with the additional funding.
Okay.
All right, then item number 32, we'll have a presentation from Ms. King, Shelby King, about the ask. And hold on a minute, Councilmember Butler, Cummings, and Gordon, were you all in on 31 or 32?
I can come in after.
Okay, go ahead.
What number are we on? All right, so 32, we are bringing back the events that you were referencing. In addition, we plan to do quarterly beautification projects downtown, where we would take care of the planners, and then, and Aaron's gonna have to help me with this one, the square right there before you, outside the patio with Odds Pizza, like the triangle. So it was my understanding in my last administration that actually belongs to us. We did not know that. So we have put that in as well. And we actually have a board member who's not here tonight who loves to garden and beautify. So she's decided to take that on. We'll be calling on some volunteers from the community. We have quite a few people in the community who we know have greenhouses and like to garden. So once a quarter, we will go out, we'll clean those out. What we'll do is refresh with seasonal flowers. And then we'll try to see if we can find some students at the school to do painting for us or some type of mural with your consent in that area on those very blocks, you know, the cinder blocks that are there, to try to help beautify that area downtown. Depending on how many volunteers we get, we could probably come across the street, because I know there are also some where the old Wells Fargo Bank is on this side with the church. So that's kind of the additional things that we're asking for in the $100,000. The fall festival, because I think it's Leafy Greens Market also has a fall festival. We're toying with either bringing back Vegan Festival or doing kind of a downtown restaurant crawl, where we would have the different restaurants and different business downtown, you know, 1 or 2 nights a month, have it and market it so that our residents would come downtown and eat and patronize the business on the square. That way, again, it brings awareness to downtown. So not so much a festival where people come from everywhere else, but our residents can come downtown and it's just us in that atmosphere, and then supporting our local businesses. So those are the kind of different things that we're looking to do this time, now that we have a much larger board. And I will say they're much more committed. I told them I had PTSD because before we had a lot of people and they kind of fizzled out, but these people will not leave me alone. I love them. They have been, you see, they're still standing here. So we're ready to get back to work. We appreciate the enthusiasm that we're receiving from you. And we are open to feedback on other things that you may want to see happen. But the beautification, we definitely heard that that was a need. So we will have that starting after probably 4th of July, because I'm sure we'll need to do some cleanup after everybody comes out. So we'll have that ready.
And also, Mayor and Council, I'd like to say that Erin Rogers is our staff liaison to this group, who's in the trenches working weekly, daily, in terms of some of these new efforts that we're talking about.
Yep, I saw her here earlier. She must have had to get to the baby. Oh.
Yeah, she's back,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Gordon.
So we need $100,000 for next year.
Yes.
But first of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for your service. It was very important to me that we have a 4th of July celebration. We need to celebrate that, especially after COVID, and people have been requesting the fireworks. So I thank Darren for making sure we got that paid for. And we thank you very much for your volunteerism. It's very important. What I would like to see happen is maybe we could start to coordinate these efforts so that we're not duplicating our efforts to deliver the best quality events to East Point and the people outside of East Point. And hopefully this board can kind of shore those things up for us.
Okay.
And make sure you work with other people like our tourism, because there may be money in that if we can put heads in bids. And so we look forward. Make sure Donna Shealy comes. Vasir, we want her to come too and participate. But thank you very much. I thank my colleagues too for their efforts in putting this board back together. But it was very important to me that this happened. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you all for finally bringing this group. I've always heard about the group, but now to see it and to see all you guys out here, I mean, it's a great thing, and I look forward to all the things that you have going. I know that I think we kind of got everything squared away with regards to the money, because that was one of the questions that I had. So the next thing is the $100,000. So these events that you have listed here, the 4th of July celebration, the Taste of East Point, the Fall Festival, along with some of the, I know the quarterly planting of the flowers, is it the $100,000? Is that going to be enough? Because I know we just bumped up for, I just want to make sure that you have everything that you need.
So the Taste of East Point event, the stage is smaller because it's a smaller festival, unless you all want to have the same level. We're going for what we've done in the past, and because we're a new board, we're kind of inching up and gradually adding on and scaling up. We will also have vendor fees. So traditionally we come to you much earlier, and we have money left over from Taste of East Point. And so we really, in the past, did not need as much. But since we did not have that event and there's no leftover money from the event we would have had last fall, we're kind of starting from ground zero here as we're rebuilding the board back. So that's why the ask is so much more for this year's event. We do anticipate getting our vendor fees in, and with the marketing people we have here and the connections we have now with the larger board that's connected in the business community, sponsorships and those type of things we do anticipate will come in. That does not mean when we come back to you for 2025 that it may not be higher, but I'm conservative. I wasn't even going to come for the 100, and they told me to just come and just let you all tell us no. I didn't want y'all to laugh me out of the door, but I see that there's a different feel for us and a different willingness for these types of events. So we'll have a better budget number next year, but our goal is to get the sponsorships as we have more time to ramp up for next year's events. And again, we'll have 2 events behind us, so we'll have those vendor fees in that funding. However, let me look at y'all. Do y'all want me to ask for more while we're here? Okay, so can we have the stage as in-kind going forward? Is that something we can negotiate? And then that way we don't have to worry about ICP?
I think the city manager is looking at some stage options, so.
Okay, so, because that's our biggest expense across all of these events is the stage and the artists. And so if we don't have to kick out that $20,000 3 times a year, potentially, then that gives us more opportunity to get better artists, to get better marketing, to get more people in who are higher names. Yes. So that's the thing. We're going local right now because this is what we have. But when you have to kick out $20,000 to $25,000 for a stage, it kind of cuts into your budget. And before we were using lower end stages, but the city has kind of upgraded people's experiences. So us having. Yes. Go ahead.
And thank you again for receiving me. Another thing is with Radio One, they're not just looking to partner with the July 4th. They're looking to partner with the board for other community opportunities. Can I speak to that? For instance, they're providing us with this agreement, they're providing us $85,000 worth of in-kind for a minimal, with just way like scrub money in comparison to what they are offering in their participation. So again, they're bringing their listeners, they're bringing their businesses and everything. So some of these costs, again, may be offset with that relationship as well. And wider ears, wider eyes onto, what's going on here in the city of East Point. So that's something to consider going forward. That's it. I'm done.
Else, Councilmember Cummings?
Yes, so I think we kind of do you guys have a budget, like an itemized list of just kind of how, when you have these different events?
Yes, so our actual itemized, and I didn't bring it, budget that I kind of spec'd out based on our expenses this year. Next year's across all events would actually be like $109,000. But we kind of felt like we could get the $9,000 as a part of the vendor fees. However, again, the stage is our largest expense across everything. So if that can be something that can be done in kind going forward, that would help us out a lot.
And when do you guys, when does your organization meet? Do you have quarterly, how often do you all meet?
We're meeting weekly now as we're trying to get 4th of July off the ground and then some of our operational and foundational items taken care of.
I'll talk with you offline.
Okay.
Ask more questions. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Gordon?
Thank you. My original question was answered and resolved with the last item. So one, I just want to thank each and every one of you. This is a good group of volunteers and you've done an impeccable job. I'm really excited about all of these events returning and then the new Fall Fest as well. Thank you for your service because it takes a lot of work. As you stated, you're working weekly now. I want to also thank you for 4th of July, including the kid, I'm going to call it a kid zone maybe. That was one of the things years past that we did not have. And we noticed, and Mr. Smith at that time years ago before COVID incorporated that, I think in the very last 4th of July celebration. So it's really important to have that family friendly and inclusive of our children and youth that will be in participation. So you just thought of everything. And I just want to thank you for all that you're doing. Thank you.
Councilmember Bailey, Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you all for your hard work. A lot of great ideas. I'm so excited about what's to come. And also excited that you have a proposed budget. I think that's really good as well. I just want to also mention, as far as your beautification efforts with murals, just make sure you definitely loop in Chris Swain with that.
Yes.
He's very involved and has a vision for all of that. He's amazing, as I'm sure you already know. And then earlier, the mayor spoke about all our events that we're having or that we have had this year and moving forward there in the budget. And maybe we, as a council or as a city, can look at all the events that council's putting together and shift some of those so that, or take some away, being that you all have some things that you have planned. So when we're looking at budgeting and looking at the funds, I think you mentioned over, what, 2 million or?
$1,214,000
for that. So just shifting, because this is, vibrancy, the residents, businesses of the community are bringing this, and you're hearing the ears of the community. And then we have a sponsor. So this is going to be really great for the city as far as downtown and all of that. So in terms of the funds and the budget, my eyes kind of twitch when we talk about money without a budget. I'm just being honest with you. So to hear that you have a budget, that's really great to hear. And then the fact that we can look at how we're currently spending the funds to make some shifts to this organization. So thank you all for your hard work, and I appreciate all the work you're doing. And I look forward to helping and volunteering with you all.
We will definitely be calling on volunteers in the city, so.
Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have to share that my first memory, actually, when I moved to East Point, I didn't realize it was going to be a 4th of July parade, and I lived on Church Street at that time. And the Church fireworks, it was one of the most beautiful events ever. I had a blast. I can't wait for this 4th of July. I'll be there participating. So I just want to salute this board. We work hard to get us here, all of us collectively. So I think we're off to a good point. We're off to a fresh start, and I'm excited about the energy you're bringing here. I yield, Madam Mayor.
All right, my comment. So most people know I started my service in East Point on the East Point Main Street Association Board as a volunteer as well. Deb Aziz, Tina Darman, Tal, Fitz. Like, it was a small but mighty crew. And we had a shoestring budget. I think at that point we were getting like $35,000. Then we might have gone up to 65,000, and we put on the 4th of July, like the full fireworks. And like Brian Fry was here. He was our the narrator for the 4th of July experience. It was thousands of people, but it was very minimal and very stressful to have to rely on vendor fees to cover and hope to make it an event nice. And so thank you to each and every one of you for bringing this back. Councilmember, who else was on there with me? I think I'm the only one that's sitting here now, but there were other people in the community. I think we just put on consent $70,000 for the 4th of July event. I know you said the budget that you have is around $109,000. Again, it is stressful. I did it for about 3 years. It is extremely stressful to plan events based upon vendors and revenue from vendors. And so, I just talked about the $1,214,000 in events in the budget right now. We get around $1.9 million of unrestricted funds from hotel motel tax. And I know there are some amazing partnerships and things that are in place, but in order for you all as a board to be able to plan, work, and know that you'll be able to produce events, and maybe even, some of the other events within that 1.2 million opportunities there, I would suggest that we look at either $150,000 or $200,000 budget for them for fiscal year 2023. I noticed a copy. You need some water, Councilwoman Butler. We just approved $70,000 for one event. They've already talked about multiple events. So that's at least, even right now, we're at the end of the fiscal year. The thing about 4th of July, it crosses over into a new fiscal. You got to plan in the previous fiscal year for an event that's happening at the beginning of the fiscal year. And so if that's 70,000 now, plus the 100,000, I would say we do $170,000 to $200,000. Again, $1.9 million in hotel motel tax. This is going to bring people to our city, heads and beds. Even with the other events coming from that fund, we would still have over $1 million of unrestricted hotel motel tax funds. If we provided $200,000 for East Point Main Street Association, they're going to provide budgets. They have they've already projected a budget based upon, they probably were conservative. But we have 13 people on the board who are very active, very connected, and very willing to serve. It is stressful to try to plan events, banking upon vendors actually paying fees or coming forward. I think that would give them the opportunity to actually be able to plan amazing events and continue to leverage their relationships to bring more to the city. So that would be my recommendation, and I'm gonna start higher, that we do $200,000 for fiscal year 2023, 2024. We have a number of different funding streams where we could do that. And it's hotel motel tax, it's the $1.2 million in events. So that would be my ask, that we place the 2023-2024 MOU on the consent agenda with a budget of $200,000, and they can come back and give us quarterly updates and provide, because this is they're just coming back, and there are a lot of things that we want to do. We have kind of raised the level of expectation of events in the city of East Point, and so to be able to allow them to do that in a manner that is not stressful, and come back to us quarterly with reports to show how it's done. And, you know, maybe as we look at this year and the number of sponsorships and things that come in, maybe we don't need to make, you know, we can make some adjustments, but I think it's important to alleviate stress. Councilmember Butler.
Yes, ma'am. I can't support us going to consent with that dollar amount. I think that what we need to do is do what my colleague recommended, Councilwoman Bailey. We need to have a schedule of all of these events. We're doing too many events. It's taxing on our city staff. And once we determine what these events are, it would be nice if we ran majority of them through this organization and increase the budget at the same time. But I just don't feel it's responsible enough for us to carte blanche, give them an additional $200,000 when we have so many other events and there's so much taxing on our staff. So I think we should think about that before we increase that budget. So I don't consent.
So it'll be on the agenda at 200,000. Does anybody else have an objection to 200,000? So we'll put it on the agenda for the 2023-2024. I agree that to one thing that was just said, that we do need to go through the list of events that are in, make up that $1,214,000 currently in council budget.
Okay.
Because that's a lot. And we talk about certain events, that's a lot of money to be line item in our budget for different types of events that we haven't had a public discussion about. So maybe at our upcoming meeting on the 15th, when we had the public hearing on the FY 23-2024 budget, we can have that discussion. But it seems like I don't hear any other objection. It'll be on the agenda at 200,000. Oh, Councilmember Bailey, and then Councilmember Shropshire.
I just heard a budget of 110,000. Did I hear that?
And that's our estimates now, based on what we know now for 4th of July and what we'd like to do for the other two events next year. But that's pending getting the additional money we need in from vendors.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I don't have a problem with the 200,000 because I do know what it takes to put on an event. And I don't have a problem with having a conversation about the events in the budget. But let's be clear, we are not going to make this about the Wednesday wind down. There are other items in the budget that council people have events on. So we're not gonna make it about Wednesday wind down. And I'm gonna go on record and say I'm not shifting it. Thank you.
So the agenda for 31, I mean the MOU for 31, item 31 for this fiscal year needs to be reviewed by legal. It was just a draft to give us something to look at, and so we have this week to go through that and figure out funding. So fiscal year 22 that we're about to end, the MOU amount will be for 70,000, and that can go on consent. For fiscal year 2023 to 2024, based upon the number of objections, it seems that it can go on the agenda for 200,000, and then we'll have to vote at the meeting as to what the actual amount will be. Anticipatory budgeting at 110 with reliance on vendors that we don't have, I think is stressful. So you have a question, Ms.
Well, I was going to ask if we can come back with a budget that gives us, that tells you what we can anticipate or forecast to spend at a 200,000. Would that make you feel more comfortable? I mean, because I have my entertainment person can pull the acts that we've been looking at and thinking about, and then the marketing, and then the other events. We had also thought about bringing the carnival back, because we hear about kids and Kid Zone. Right now, we're dealing with people who are going to volunteer for Kid Zone, but if we could actually rent a full Kid Zone, a petting zoo, I mean, we've got all kinds of people who are sending us ideas, but we didn't have any money. So we could make it, I mean, Barnum and Bailey, Universal, not Universal, so we can make it as large as you'd like it to be, but as I said, I'm conservative, so I don't want to spend, but I want to forecast out if the money is available. We're not going to just throw the money out.
So I think to your question, if the amount in the budget in the MOU or proposed MOU that will be worked on and staff is at 200,000. Like, there should be a budget that
Yes.
supports 200,000. Like, what events could you plan with that in mind?
Okay.
So my assumption would be that that was gonna be in the MOU as we adjust the amount.
Okay.
We know what it is for 2024, plus the additional is the stage, right? That's 25,000 for the stage.
Right.
So yes, and within the MOU, and you can work with the city manager, Mr. Rogers, Economic Development, or city manager, and our interim city attorney during the week to get that in place, the MOU in place. And then we will have it on our agenda for Monday.
Okay, sounds good.
But thank
We will
you
work on
all
that.
so
Thank
much
you.
for your service.
We appreciate the welcome reception. We do. We really do.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy City Clerk, 31 on consent, 32 on agenda. I'm gonna go back through the planning and zoning public hearing items and see if we have any applicants here. Item number 26. I'm 1916 Westwood Avenue. Mr.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, he might be talking with them.
Oh, Madam Mayor.
Mr. King, is Mr. Rogers aware that item number 34 is on the agenda? He has another item.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. 1916 Westwood Avenue, is the applicant here? 2021 Ben Hill Road, habitable accessory structure, is the applicant here? The next one is rezoning for RT to R4, 2676 and 2684, 2688 Martin Street, and 1496 Norman Berry. Is the applicant here? Okay. Next is 0 Campbell Drive. I think that's the address. Is the applicant here?
There's no 0 Campbell
No,
Drive.
Mayor, that was, that's gonna be our deputy city manager on that. That's a abandonment right away.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was in my public hearing mode. So you're right. It doesn't say public hearing.
But Mayor, there is the Ben Hill Road one on item number 11. Is that right, Kim? But that's just an update. That's just an update we give you. on
Right. Item number 11 is an update. Okay. Let's take 11, and then it was 29. We have an applicant here. And then I guess Ms. Smith, since you'll be up, we can go through all of the public hearing, the zoning ones, before we go back to the rest of the items.
Thank you.
Item 11, Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an item where, as you know, it's dealing with the rezoning from R1 to, light industrial to R1, and it's for the Ben Hill Road properties located 4165 and 4155 Ben Hill Road. Staff has been working alongside with Microsoft representatives. They received a permit application approximately 2 weeks ago. So Kimberly Smith and her team has met with Aaron Ruffin, representing Microsoft and their staff. There have been meetings that have been held as well offline. John McKinley is here representing Microsoft as well, who held a offsite meeting with residents that's surrounding the site. So right now, we're still in the process where they're working through the planning review process, which we indicated could take some time, which it is. And so at this time, I'm recommending that we push this back to the next June work session, at which point in time, staff should be completed with their plan review process, and also allow Microsoft to continue to work with city staff on the agreement side, which we met with council on and talked about, and also something we have to bring back to you all at some point in time to review. And so we're looking to push that back to June, Madam Mayor, Council.
All right. Any Councilman Cook?
Absolutely.
All right. June work session, Madam Deputy City Clerk. See, I know how well I know you. Yes, it resonates. All right, item number 29. Let's start with 29 since we have applicants here, and then we'll go back to 26, 27, and 28 on planning.
Which one?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
19.
Madam Mayor. You want me to go ahead and do this one?
Oh, no, this is just the work session. Yeah. No, we are, wait.
Just work session.
Yeah, you can be confused, like, it's the work session, yes. Thank you. Yeah, we both there. Now we both straight, okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and fellow council. In reference to this item, number 26 on our work session agenda, the address of the property is 1916 Westwood Drive, and it's known as case number 2023U-001-02, and variance case number 2023 VC-001-02. It's a special use permit. The applicant is Leslie Weaver. The property is
No.
currently-
We're gonna start with 29. The Martin Street properties. We have the applicant here. The applicant's not, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, for this one, I'm so sorry. When I called, I didn't notice you. I apologize. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. The property is currently zoned R1A, Urban Residential Zoning District. The request is for a special use permit for a habitable accessory structure, and the applicant seeks a variance for height, the building height of an existing structure on the property. The zoning, as stated, is R1A. Future land use map is traditional neighborhood. And staff recommendation is approval, and Planning Commission also recommended approval of the special use permit application along with the variance for the height.
Any questions? And Leslie, the first name? What's going on? Okay. I don't see any questions from council. Do you have anything you'd like to share with us additional to what's shared?
It's straightforward. It's a existing structure that they want to renovate, and the reason it's taller than the primary structure is these two lots were consolidated previously. So this structure was built for the house that's now gone.
Okay. Well, you've been sitting here patiently tonight, so I wanted to give you an opportunity if you had anything to say to share. So thank you so much. There's no questions, but this is I'm sorry, I didn't miss your light.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're talking about variance for the building height of the accessory. So exactly what is it that they're doing? Are they taking the roof off and going up another? So because I'm not.
I'm sorry, no, there's no roofs changing. The reason for the variance for the building height is that there were the two I can actually have these printed out. There were two lots side by side, and the owner consolidated the lots. He actually thought he bought them together and then found out it hadn't been finished, so he recently finished that consolidation. The house on the lot to the east has been gone for a number of years, since before he purchased the property, but the ADU was built in compliance with that lot to the east. So he lives in the primary structure, yes, right there. And then there's a garage behind his house, and that third building right there, that's the ADU that's existing. There's no roofs changing.
Okay.
No height changing.
All right, I just wanted to make sure I understood what it was. Okay, thank you. I yield.
All righty. Thank you again for your patience this evening. Because of public, I'm sorry. The lights coming on after I look at my screen. Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Cook.
Okay. This question is for the director, because I missed this item. I saw where the commission approved, were there any conditions?
No, sir.
No conditions. Commissioner, thank you.
Councilmember Butler.
I think the devil's in the details. So it looks like two lots, and then there was a home that was knocked down previously. So are you looking to put when we talk about another structure, are we looking to put a structure in that vacant lot?
The structure is already existing. It was a detached garage. Those two lots that you see have been combined, so it's one lot.
Oh, so what is the variance and why are we here?
The
if it's already
variance,
there?
the variance is for the height. The height of the existing garage, it appears to be higher than the primary structure because of elevations.
Okay, thank you. I'm fine. I understand.
Councilmember Renee?
What is the square footage of the property, I guess before or previous, before it burned or before? What was the square footage? Do you know?
I don't have that information, but I could get it.
So what is the new square footage now?
Are you talking about of the house that burned?
Right, no, well, you don't know I was just gonna give you a pass on the house that burned, the new square footage. But now that you are building a new structure, you are building a new structure, right?
No.
You're not building a new structure on the house that burned, you're gonna add
That
on to
house
the
is
garage.
gone.
I know.
It's not
So
coming back.
so you're never gonna rebuild the house that was burned down?
That's
All right,
correct.
so your intent is to bring up the garage that's there now?
Yes.
What is the square footage of the garage there now?
Do you have the square footage?
And what is the new square footage of the new structure that you're adding on? You can't do that. You can't do
It's
that.
about I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
The existing structure that's at the bottom right hand of the lot up there is about 30 by 14 and a half. They're just renovating that structure. There's no new structure. The special use permit is to allow them to renovate an existing ADU that is no longer operating as an ADU to then operate as an accessory dwelling unit.
I got that, but you
Okay.
also want us to raise the height.
No,
They don't want us to raise the height?
no, it's about 6 inches taller because it was built in compliance with the house that was there.
Okay, I got you. But-
We're not, there is
So
a
what is the
front,
special use permit for? Just to bring it back to use. Okay, got you. Okay. I thought we was raising the height. Okay, sorry. All right, so we're good. Thank you, ma'am.
We're good.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I'm eating too much candy. I agree.
All right, now, so that, ma'am, a public hearing is required, so it'll have to be on the agenda, and we'll have the public hearing, and then, council will make a decision. So next week, 6:30, next Monday. Item number 29.
Okay, in reference to this case, it composes of 4 addresses, 2688, 2684, 2676 Martin Street, and 1496 Norman Drive. It's known under case number 2023 RZ-002-01 with concurrent variances. The applicant is James Nolan. The current zoning of the property is RT, which is our townhome zoning district, and the applicant seeks to rezone the property from residential townhome to R4, which is our multifamily development zoning district, with 2 variances to build mid-rise residential buildings with concurrent variances, relief from height restrictions and setbacks in the R4 zoning district. The property, as stated, is currently zoned RT. It is also in the Cleveland overlay. Future land use of the property is redevelopment neighborhood. Staff and Planning Commission recommended approval of the RT residential zoning district to R4 multifamily development zoning district. Staff recommended approval of the variances dealing with the height, the front yard and the backyard, as well as relief from the side yard.
All right, the applicant is here on this one, and y'all have been waiting patiently, so.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Hakeem Hilliard with Hilliard Starkey Law, 260 Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303. I'm here this evening on behalf of Mr. James Nolan, who's the man of the hour, but he exited stage left about 10 minutes before I stood up here. He offers his sincere apologies. His wife has major surgery in the morning in Miami, and he had to leave to be with her, but he wanted to be here, and he regrets, and I'm not going to tell him I got up so fast after he left, so at least he can feel like it was a little while. We have a presentation with big pictures, but I thought we would just go right to the chase. I've talked to several of you all about this project, and I know there's several concerns about it, and it's a unique situation to be in, so I thought I would share with you some of the things that we've heard, kind of our view of what this project is and why they're back after 2 years, after you guys denied this request, after the planning department approved it, the neighbors were supportive of it, the staff approved it 2 years ago. We're back in that same posture again. The neighbors, the neighbors that we've heard from like it, we understand there's a couple that don't, or a few that don't. The staff supports it. The planning commission unanimously supported it a couple weeks ago. And so we wanted to talk to you about that and maybe get some direction from you all. And hopefully we say something to you that matters, that might affect how you feel about it, but because we think it's a good project. This project, and Alicia Houston is here, who's been doing a lot of the talking for the last couple of years about this project. But it's about an acre of property, 2 buildings with 48 units, 4 stories with really 5 stories with parking underneath it. It's a plan, and this is what I wanted to get to with all of you, because I know we've talked about several different aspects of the project. But the main thing is that when developers come in, and we know this, when developers come in and look at property and how they're going to develop the property, the first question they ask is, where is the property? How is it zoned? Will it accommodate the requests that we're seeking? And if it does, is it consistent with the comprehensive development plan? In this case, we've got a project that is directly consistent with the comprehensive development plan. It's also directly consistent with the TOD plan that you all created along with MARTA and ARC a few years ago. That says 3 to 5 story mid-rise building, multifamily, which is exactly what we've given you right here. We've given you a quality product. Some of you are concerned about making it too nice because we want to be concerned about the residents here that can afford it. We're concerned about gentrification. Some of us are concerned that it may not be the quality we want it to have. And I think those are noble things to be concerned about. And I've been thinking about this gentrification issue for a while. It's a serious issue. Some people believe, there's people on both sides of the debate. Some people believe if you don't add more housing stock, you put pressure on the existing market and it drives the prices up and people can't afford to be here. Little old ladies like the one I know is gonna wake up one day and can't afford the tax bill and wants to move out of the city that she's been here most of her life. The other side of that argument, though, is that you need the density to take the pressure off the market. And it works in the opposite direction. We're a small city here, and I say we because this is my city too. We're a small city here, and we have the option of really being more deliberate and more direct and not worrying about how many units we have or don't have to protect the residents that are here. We can attack the issue more directly. We really need to confront this core issue of neighborhood change, right? Attack the displacement directly. You know, you all supported the 4th of July event with lots of funds today. But the cities that are really addressing these issues directly and not just trying to throw inclusionary zoning into units that really don't work because the people are in these units and don't feel like they can enjoy the amenities like everybody else does. They want to be able to live not just that they can afford. They want to be able to go to good restaurants. They want to have access to transportation that's quality transportation. We've got one MARTA station, but we can have more buses, and that all comes with density. We get, with more rooftops we get, the better quality restaurants we've got, the better transportation we have. And that's why this TOD calls for putting this density next to the transportation hubs. It's exactly what this project does. So what we're suggesting that is if you get the money from these projects, with these the projects that these densities bring, and this is specifically for Councilmember Renee, because I know you're a leader in this effort, and it's something that matters to all of us. But why don't we use some of our money to acquire properties? The city acquires property, and then we rent them out for people that they can be here, and then we control how much people pay, no matter what happens around us and whatever the values are, that we can control that. What if we gave financial assistance to homeowners and tenants to control the rents and the mortgages because they want to stay in these communities? So when you get older, you don't have to leave your own communities. These are things that we can do directly without worrying about inclusionary zoning. We can support local businesses in the same way, because that's what happens too when gentrification comes. The businesses have to go because the people that are that are coming here spending more money, they want more expensive products. And then the businesses that are here, that have been here, that have made the city what it is, they have to go. So how do we support them? And then finally, we make a cultural investment into the city. We go find the places that make this city what it is, and we invest in those so that those, no matter what happens here, our community doesn't change. I left for a little while and came back, and it's no different than it ever was, and I love it this way. But we can invest in our city, we can protect our residents, and we can still enjoy quality that we all want and deserve. But more importantly, and I'll say this and conclude something, I think I'm preaching to the choir here because most of you all have been doing this and you know this much better than I do, is that this project is one that any developer that saw it on a piece of paper would come here with the identical proposal. It would look just like it, because what guides developers, and I do this a lot, I'm a nerd in zoning, first thing they look at is the comprehensive development plan to predict what you all think before they talk to you. Well, because these folks sat down and said, we want density next to these transportation centers. We want quality next to transportation centers. We came here, there was some conversation about whether this is for sale or for rent. The market dictates that, and that's why one of the reasons why the zoning decisions that you make can't be dictated under the law as to whether the project is for sale or for rent. What they're proposing to do is a quality project. Mr. Nolan is proposing to do is a quality project by bringing good quality building materials, environmentally friendly, enhancing the landscape, by adding exercise facilities, bike racks, benches, architectural lighting, all the things that these pretty pictures show. But most importantly, and I had to quiz them about this, I said, what's the difference between what we do and what we don't do? This is a multi-family project no matter what happens, because they can develop currently townhomes, and it's only a question of the number of the units that they're going to put on the site. But they're going to still be invested in doing all the things that they're saying they're doing anyway. We might not have the amenities or things like that because we got to fit the units in there to make it valuable and make it work. But Mr. Nolan's committed to doing a quality project. But I want to make sure we all understand this is not a question about multifamily versus something different. It's multifamily versus multifamily. And we think that this plan is the best plan to do that because it's what you all say you want. It's what you say you want it. It's what your plan says, what your comp plan says, what your TOD plan says. And if you don't feel like this is the right use, despite what your planning department said, and despite what your planning commission has said unanimously 2 weeks ago, then the next step should be to amend the comprehensive development plan for that area of the city, because otherwise they're going to keep coming back and asking for the same thing and wondering why you don't support it. But we're really here, and I didn't mean to talk this long, because we want some direction, because they're here again because the plan is still the same as it was 2 years ago when they tried this before. I hope that we have the opportunity to work together to come up with a plan that you all can support and meet all the goals. I think there's a way to do it that meets all the goals that you all want to achieve, and still get a project on this site that works. This is completely consistent with the commons next door, across the street, the sizes of the units, the proposed rent if they're rental, and the cost if they're for sale is identical to what you all did at the commons. And we're just asking for some direction and guidance here on how we should proceed, because we know that no means no. Time's up. Oh, we know no means no, but it's hard to figure out when we look at the plan and we listen to the staff and we listen to the planning commission. We just need some guidance on that. So thank you. And we're here to answer any questions. Alicia knows all the details about all the units and the pretty pictures and all those other issues. So we're happy to answer any questions you might have. Hopefully you can give us some guidance so we know what we're doing next week.
Councilmember Renee and Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a major problem with this. And the reason why I have a major problem is because I've spoken with the residents and I've spoken with the owners. And when they came to us and City Councilman, Ms. Bailey, we told them that the city did not want, that community did not want rental properties, period. This is zoned for townhomes. That is a part of the comprehensive plan. That's in the comprehensive plan. And that's what we said that we would agree to. Multifamily residents, we are becoming a city of renters again. In the event of downswing economy, we will be back where we were in 2009. Renters does not bring us an economical value that is substantiated against homeownership. I listened to you and I appreciate that well-written, well-thought-out sermon. I thought it was very nice. I really did. However, you have met with the residents in that community and they have stated clearly to you. They have met with us. They came last Monday and they spoke to this council and they were very clear in their intentions. They do not want this project. Now, it's real. I'm gonna be very clear with you. I knock on doors, I ask for their vote. When I asked for their vote, they said, will you listen to us as residents? And I said, yes, I will. Why is it that when we are asking for the people's vote, they believe in us, but we don't believe in our residents when it comes down for us to vote for them? I will follow the comprehensive plan. I'm asking that these be townhomes to be in this process. There are more renters and I hear our council members. I mean, you guys are spot on about renters. I hear you, my council members. I hear the residents that this project is oversized for this lot. I drove by there today, this past week, grass high, hadn't been cut in months. But you value us as a people. Residents complaining about that lot not being kept. But this is what you want to bring to our community. And I saw the drawings, I think they're really nice, but they gotta be townhomes. We gotta go back to the comprehensive plan. And I understand that sometimes the staff don't talk to the community. Sometimes staff are not really following the comprehensive plan. So since you brought that up to us, I want to make you aware that the residents are also help guiding this decision. They made it very clear to us last Monday. They went to the planning and zoning. They were not heard there, but planning and zoning are appointed. They're not elected. And they have really made it clear that they really want the city to listen, us to listen to them. They don't want renters. They want homeownership. That's what they want. They want to increase the value of their properties. And I think we owe them that. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for our city planner. Ms. Smith. I'm sorry with this impromptu question, but if this remained townhomes, how many townhomes could they place on that configuration?
I would have to look that exact number up for the density.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And
I can get
you
it to
could
you.
tell us Monday, not this Monday, at the meeting.
Yes, I can get it to you. Mhm.
That's the end. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I spoke to Steve about this project, and last week, my mind was, okay, to support the residents. And I still want to support the residents. And I'm getting 50-50 vibes from the people. There's some people who want it, there's some people who don't.
I just wanted to point out that you realize townhomes are multifamily because there's more than 3 or 4 units on the site, and they do not have to be for sale. They can be for rent as well. So I just want to make that clear. I don't know if there was confusion on that issue.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I agree with that. So for me to make my decision, I really want to hear what the community wants. I've heard what the people who live, their representatives who live directly adjacent to the property, and that's weighted. But I want to say this to you too, because I'm a person of my word, is that I've gotten some pushback from other people who want to see it. And so I don't want to say something that I don't want to not keep my word to you. I just want to be honest and transparent because I heard you. And you were very influential in my decision. Since that time, I've heard from other people who support this development. And so I don't know which way I'm going to vote, but I wanted to say that publicly to this gentleman because I spoke to him personally, and I wanted to make sure I let him know that. And so part of the things that we do here as council members, we have to be considerate of, okay, traffic is an issue, but if you could put 48 townhomes there as opposed to 48 units, that's the same issue. I don't know if we can do that or not. So I want to be conscious about that for me to make that decision. I do want to make sure that I think last time a park was supposed to be included in this project. I don't know if that's still the same or not. But I don't live directly in that neighborhood, so I'll close with this, I'm repeating myself. I want to hear what the people have to say. So I'm encouraging people pro and con to come to the council meeting so your voice can be heard so that we can do what you guys ask us to do and to vote and to keep your neighborhood the way you want it to look. And as I do that, I want to thank you for your presentation because I thought it was very well thought out. I thought that you addressed some of the issues that are important. Gentrification is one of the issues that you talked about the pros and the cons, and that did not go unnoticed with me. And so it's a very tough decision, but our decision is try to do the best for what the people want. And so that's where I stand.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. And not to be too repetitive, I'm another council member who feels like I'm being pulled in both directions. But let me tell you what's really bothering me right now. I don't live in that ward, but I was very impressed with the rationale the citizens who live there had on their position. Now, my other problem is this. Since I've been somewhat active with the city, I actually served on Planning and Zoning Commission for 8 years. I know how much hair you can lose being on that commission. You can kind of see the evidence. But the thing that I really find interesting here is that with a project that contains this much conflicting feelings, how the commission, at least with this record here, approves staff recommendations. And the commission is generally a hard group to sell because they basically will leave emotion out of their decisions, respecting the staff's responsibility to follow the law. All right, so when something gets to the council, most of us are going to look at both decisions. We're going to respect staff for following the law, because if they're not, we know we're in trouble from that point on. When the commission comes on board, they're going to be the ones adding a little bit of grease to the movement to keep things moving. They're trying to be a little bit more rational than the law can be at some time. Then it comes to the council, and we got to make sense out of both positions, plus what we are feeling from the public. So this is a tough call, and I think we're going to be spending, most of us are going to be spending a little bit more time the next couple of days taking up the director's spare time, as if she has any. Because we can kind of see the ups and downs on both sides of this. But we're going to also have to look at the position that the representatives in that area are also taking. Because the bottom line is, that's where we all have to float. You know, what goes around comes around kind of thing. And what I'm saying has nothing to do with the quality of your presentation. And I also have respect for the presentation we got last week. So you're gonna leave here tonight not knowing what we're gonna do. That's the bottom line. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. And I too, and I have to agree with Councilmember Renee. I got phone calls from the residents. I spoke with one of them today. And the residents, I'm gonna have to go with what the residents want. Is they have to live in the community. They know what they want in their community. They have to live there. But I do have to ask, what's your last name?
Alicia Houston.
Ms. Houston, I do have to ask you a question. You, the way you went about it yesterday, posting on social media to do a petition for something that's being built in someone else's neighborhood to get 108 signatures for something that's being built in someone's neighborhood. That was kind of disrespectful, because at the end of the day, people can say all day what they want, but if they don't live in that area, they're not going to be affected by what goes on in that area. And one of the people that support it don't even live in East Point. So that was very disrespectful. You should have had the conversation with the people in the community that has to be affected by what you want to build over there. You shouldn't have never did that. That was totally wrong and out of place. And to me, that was a form of bullying. You should never disrespect what they want in their community, because they have to live over there. They have to deal with the traffic. They have kids that are over there. They have some concerns and some issues. So my support is going to be what they want. Thank you.
Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you all for the great presentation. I was envisioning that area being very much like the Beltline with diversification of housing. But honestly, I don't live over there. And like Councilmember Karen Renee is mentioning, talking to the residents that do live in that area, I have not heard of one person that's in support of the project. I think it's a great project, Jack. I wish, as far as growth, we want to see smart growth in our city. I have to listen to the residents that live there and hear their point of view regarding what they want to see in their neighborhood. So that's what I'm listening to. And I'm getting emails, I'm getting phone calls about the project, and I'm getting a lot of information about it. But thank you.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think all this did start before I came on council. So the original plan that you had, it was for townhomes.
Yes, for sale townhomes,
It
same
was
plan.
For townhomes.
This was the original plan for sale.
Yeah, this was the same, it is the same plan
It's
that
the
was
same
originally.
plan. So what you have now, those 48 units, it could be townhomes. Could they?
Yeah, I think the distinction between townhomes and multifamily, there's no distinction. There's a style of
Right.
townhome, but effectively, this plan is identical to the plan that we
So-
said we were proposing previously.
So I'm saying
Nothing's
for
changed.
what it is that you're proposing there, those could go either as multifamily or they could go as townhomes.
For sale or for rent, yeah.
Okay, for sale or for rent.
Yeah.
So I know that.
So just correction, that's not multifamily or townhome, that's apartment versus condos. Those are not townhomes. Are those 2-story units?
No.
No, you can't get 48 2-story units how large is the lot?
So it's an acre lot.
Yeah, 1 acre.
We've got 48 units proposed for this project. It could be for sale or for rent, because you all don't decide that under your code. But the townhomes would be less than 48, but probably we think around, if we had to do townhomes, it'd be 30 plus townhomes. on
So
the site.
I
They'd be smaller
apologize
units.
for interrupting Councilmember comments, I just wanted to make clear that multifamily and townhomes are not the same thing. That what you asked about whether it could be the apartments or townhomes, I think you were talking about apartments or condos, like rent or ownership.
The ask was, no, the thing about, because when you came and you said this is the exact same thing that we had 2 years ago. So I was asking what I see on that paper, what I see on that board today, is that what you presented 2 years ago?
Yes.
And that was presented as townhomes then, correct?
No, ma'am.
It was, maybe I'm the one that's confused, but I'm saying it wrong, and I apologize if I am. But what I'm telling you is that whether it's townhomes, multifamily, or anything else, I could do a residential, single-family detached home community, and it's all for rent. The term townhome does not mean for sale. It just means the style of home, and you can do it for rent. And so that's the option, really, because townhomes are permitted on the site currently. And so that's why we brought that up. If they developed a townhome development, they'd try to maximize the number of units to get the value out of it. It'd be a townhome product, and it would be for rent. And not because the market does not support, you can't get finance for a for sale product right now in the market, so.
And my question, I think, throwing out townhomes, multifamily, whatever, what was the intended purpose in 2019 when you built whatever it was that you built there? What was it? Were they supposed to be
For sale.
townhomes?
The original intention was for this design, but to be done as condos.
As condos?
Yes, ma'am.
For sale.
That was denied.
Yes, ma'am.
Fast forward 2 years later, you're coming back now, you want them as,
So in between those two times, we spent a lot of time and effort looking at how to develop townhomes there. And we're moving in that direction. In November, the banking situation for construction financing changed significantly. And we can no longer get financing for a for sale product.
so now, that's why, okay, now you're going.
Which
to-
within the townhome zoning, and to your question, Councilman Butler, the Cleveland Avenue Overlay District says that it needs to be 500 square feet of heated and cooled space and no more than 10 units per building. However you arrange that, you can build as to right in the townhome zoning. And there's a lot of things that could be done there, but in accordance with the TOD plan, recommending 3 to 5 story mid-rise multifamily walkable to the MARTA station and Tri-Cities High School, that actual recommendation for this parcel still seems like the highest and best use. But I think that the clarification there is that within townhome zoning, as long as the units were 500 square feet large, and no more than 10 units per building, you could build mansion apartments, for example, under the townhome zoning as of right. Mansion apartments, similar to what you might see on Rugby Avenue behind the brake pad, say in College Park, where it's maybe 8 units per building, and you have that door that walks in, and you kind of have the 1 and 2 bedroom units there. What basically changes is the style of the building. So to be consistent with other TOD districts in the area that are walkable to MARTA and close to trail networks and high schools, that 3 to 5 story mid-rise is what MARTA recommended and the ARC recommended, and what we think is consistent with the property. But to answer your question, Councilmember Cummings, we started with this project to be done as condos. And at the time, interest rates were 2.5%. The banks were lending a lot of money for construction projects. And for us to be the first condo style development in this part of the zip code was fine. And then moving through the townhome process afterwards was also doing really well, and we were working towards that end. But that changed all in November. So within the realm of being forced into the only construction financing that's available to us is for some type of multifamily product, our position is that this is the best way to do that versus dense townhomes.
Because my question, and that, you've answered the question, could it go back to the condos? But you say just because of just the stipulations now that they have on financing to get that type of project done.
Yes, ma'am.
Now it's just not economically feasible for you all to do it that way. And the best way to do it now is to go in as rentals.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the questions for me is going to be for staff and maybe council that's here. Right now, they can build residential townhouses without a permit or approval. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so right now, based on what we all know, that a townhouse can be sold or not sold. So at the end of the day, there's going to be some type of development on this piece of property with or without council's approval. So I am suggesting that we have some strong conversation with community to find some type of happy medium, because right now I'm hearing, again, like both, some people want it, some people don't, so we're right in the middle. But at the end of the day, there's a project that's going to happen regardless. So we know that there's a project that's going to happen regardless. Let's start a really good conversation, or press reset on the conversation to see where we can find a happy medium. What I did not hear, and I don't think nobody had the answer, is how many townhouses can be on this 1 acre versus the multifamily 38 or 48 units?
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify. The comprehensive plan states for this area, its redevelopment, it could go from 4 to 8 units per acre. So a maximum of 8 townhouses could go there.
That's so okay then. So therefore, right now, they can do up to 4 to 8 townhouses versus 30 or 40 apartments or multifamily. Is that correct?
It's 4 to 8 units per acre under our.
How many
and this
acres
is
do
one
we
acre.
have?
Just one, 1.04.
What's the total number?
8.
8. That makes it clearer for me, because again, I see if I own the land, somebody will definitely want to try to maximize, but you got to have a conversation that with the community that makes sense. I yield. I just want to put that out there. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. My question is for my colleagues from Ward B. I know that you said that the residents are opposed to it, and I heard some of their comments. Are they opposed to it being apartments because they're for rent versus if these were for sale? Is that what the
They
strength of the
actually
argument
would
is?
go with the townhomes. They, you
Just the
know,
townhome structure.
in fact, the last meeting I had with them is that they would prefer the townhomes. That's what their needs were. That's what the community said that's something that they would go with. But the multifamily unit, the apartment buildings that oppose for them, it's too much. They don't want it. I'm just being very clear. And pretty much all of them are in an agreement with that. They said that they would go with the townhomes, and I said, okay, that's fine. And in our comprehensive plan, the townhomes, it says home ownership. It doesn't say renting. That's in our comprehensive plan. And I'm so glad that you brought that up, because in our comprehensive plan, it says townhomes for home ownership. It doesn't say for renting. That is very clear in that plan. So, I mean, I think we can go back and revisit it. I think you're right. Maybe we should. You ask for guidance. But I'm telling you that the residents said that they could go with, and I'll yield, Councilwoman Gordon. I just want to make sure we answer that.
So I've been waiting patiently. Behind Oz Pizza, or more precisely behind Cupcakery, I believe there's 8 condos there. And I tried to explain this to the developer the last time he came. This would not be the first condo development in East Point. And despite looking at the condos that exist right downtown, right across the street from here, aren't those still condos behind Cupcakery? It's 8 units there. So this is not doing something new. We have condos in our city. I also asked the developer to raise his expectations of our city. And I see we have the same project. What's clear is this land is zoned for townhomes. The people who bought their townhomes, the homeowners on this street that live immediately adjacent here, bought it with the expectation that there would be townhomes built on this lot. We're talking 1 acre. 1 acre. We're trying to put 48 units on 1 acre that's currently zoned for 8 townhomes. 65 feet height variance. It's going to totally destroy the privacy of the homeowners that live immediately adjacent to the area. Yeah, we're talking about density and multifamily, like multi-units, but there's a difference between low density, medium density, and high density, and this is probably extremely high density for 1 acre. What has been proposed there is townhomes, which yes, provides density, but it's lower density. And this isn't immediately adjacent to the MARTA station. It's in the area, but the configuration of houses on this street and in this area is townhomes. And instead of looking at what is zoned for and bringing the project back with that, and instead of, so the density near transportation center is just like the Buggy Works, Wagon Works. This side of the street is more single family, well, not single family, but lower density, let me say it that way, townhomes that are attached. It's interesting that instead of asking the people who live immediately adjacent to this lot, there was an effort to get responses from people in Hateville, Atlanta, all other areas. That's what happened when you post a petition and ask people to sign it, they share it. And from all other areas, except for having a conversation to the people who live immediately adjacent, who came to the meeting last Monday and told us what they desire and spoke on behalf of the residents there. I mean, instead of going all around the mulberry bush, they're right there, right by the property that the homeowners over there have shared, is not even being upkept. The grass not cut. So we have a nice picture of a concept, but if we had, I just tried to Google map, do a Google Earth of the properties now. But what I'm being told by the residents that live over there, the grass not even being cut. You're not cutting the grass, but you want to rezone it. You're not upkeeping the property, but you want to rezone it. No one is entitled to a rezoning. Those are decisions that we have to make and consider the people who live here. This property is zoned for density. It's just low density. And I get with lower density, you make less money. But maybe another area of the city, which is what I told the developer the first time he came. Maybe you look at spaces where you can get more density, but putting 48 units on 1 acre immediately adjacent to townhome development that is owned by the owners in that area, and to go talk to everyone or solicit feedback from people other than the people that live immediately adjacent there is very unfortunate. And so this will on our agenda on Monday because a public hearing is required. And again, before we start making statements like first condo and things of that nature, we really should be looking at the market here in East Point. So I don't think we have any other questions this evening. It'll be on the agenda on Monday for a public hearing, and then council will make a decision at that point or decide how they want to proceed forward. And thank you to the residents who live immediately adjacent to this lot who came tonight for this meeting, knowing that there wouldn't be an opportunity for them to speak. Maybe at this point, they'll try to speak with you because there was an effort to speak to everybody else. So that's not required though. So I don't want to suggest that I'm trying to insert that into this process. But thank you all so much for being here tonight.
And I don't mean to stop you if I can say this, but I want you to know that there was an effort to meet a couple different times through this with the immediate neighbors.
But you can knock on their door. Like it's not like we're in another, separated by miles and miles. You live nearby. I mean, that they live in those homes. I mean, but they're here tonight. Some of them are here tonight. Maybe you want to talk to them, but I'm not suggesting that you have to. What's required under our zoning ordinance is that we have a public hearing, which we will have on May 15th, and our council meeting agenda that's set for 6:30. Thank you all so much for being here. Item number 27 and 28, Ms. Smith.
So in reference to this case known as case number 2023 RZ-002-03, it is a rezoning. It's a city-initiated rezoning that will cover 8 properties. The addresses are 2150, 2144, 2138, 2132, 2120, 2116, 2126, and 2108 Ben Hill Road. The properties are currently zoned C1, which is our neighborhood commercial zoning district. Again, as stated, this is a city-initiated rezoning to rezone single-family homes in the C1 zoning district to R1, which is our single-family residential district. Currently, as you see on the zoning map, the subject properties are in towards the middle of the map, shown in the pinkish color. They have a neighborhood commercial zoning district classification. However, these properties are currently residential properties that people live in. During our research on this property, in these properties, we found that we couldn't find a historical record of how they were zoned to C1 because people currently live on these properties. So the best way to correct this, what perceives to be an error in the zoning, is to bring it before this body. So we are requesting that these properties be rezoned to single-family residential, which is the current land use and use of the properties. Those are some site photos of the street. And staff recommended approval, and Planning Commission also recommended approval.
Just to bring them to conform use.
Yes.
Any questions on this one? 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right, so this will be on the agenda for public hearing. Item number 28.
Item number 28, item number 28 is one of the properties that's included in the city-initiated rezoning. It's property located at 2120 Ben Hill. This is a special use case known as case number 2023-U-001-01. And the applicant is Diego Santillana, and currently the property is on C1. They are seeking a special use permit for a habitable accessory structure. Staff recommended approval. Planning Commission also recommended approval. However, prior to the ability to have a special use permit, the property has to be rezoned to R1.
Dealing with both of them at the same time.
The rezonings would need to come first. And then the petition for the special use permit will have to come second.
There's no way to combine them?
Oh, the city attorney's going.
I'm just thinking if we already know that it's gonna be a habitable accessory structure.
Well, we don't want to approve habitable accessory structures for all 8 properties. We were just making the correction on the other 8 properties.
I've confused myself. We're on 28, right?
Oh,
we're on 27?
We moved to the next
We
case.
just moved that to agenda. We moved 27 to the agenda, right? Yeah, this is 2120 Ben Hill. I had agenda. So maybe I wrote it for the wrong one. Nope, we already did Westwood. Oh, these two are, I see what you're saying. You combine them in the I was separating them in my mind.
Okay.
I get what you're saying.
Okay.
The habitable accessory structure is for the 2120. Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. I was on 27.
Okay, we moved.
And then I looked, that's why I was like, huh? What's the address? So 28 has to come before 27. So
Correct.
Madam Deputy
Yes.
City Clerk, when we do the agenda, make sure 28 comes before 27. I get it. All right, any questions?
I have one quick question.
Mhm.
Number 28, you have all of these all these addresses for Ben Hill?
Yes.
Did one person buy all these properties, or how is this working? Or is this just something that you guys are doing just for the community?
City initiated rezoning to correct
All
the
right, makes sense.
the
Okay.
mishap in the C1 zone properties for
Okay.
houses that people live in.
All right, that makes sense. I was thinking that corporation went and bought all of these properties. I didn't know. I was just wondering. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Great job.
All right, agenda. Okay.
Thank you.
A is adoption of streets. Councilmember Shropshire.
I was asked by sorority, what's the process of adopting a street? Do we have any ordinances in place for that?
Street adopting, let's see. I don't believe so no, I don't see that we have an adopting street ordinance. Councilmember Shropshire, and if I'm thinking through it, yes, because they generally go through municipalities, but we don't have one right now. As I'm looking, and that's just a cursory look. I'm happy to research it in depth and get back with you. I'll send you an email.
Okay, thank you.
Mm,
Yes.
June work session.
Yes.
Okay. Item number 9, bank on housing. Councilmember Shropshire.
We can move it to next month because we probably don't have an update on it.
Yeah, I think when we last talked, we were talking about looking at the Stockbridge ordinances around limiting rentals. Might need to be thinking of something, but we do really need to deal with our ordinances. So.
Exactly.
June work session?
Yes.
Sounds good. Okay. Squatters, we already took care of. Number 11 is June work session. Number 12, Councilmember Renee, short-term rentals.
Brief. I'll be very brief. I like to see where our short-term rental is update, give us an update. Have they registered all the homes in the city? How many do we have in each community, like in the different wards? And then also the reporting aspect of it. I got a couple complaints last week over in Ward B where we have a party house. And I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago, the police department did a raid on one house and found and arrested one gentleman who had been on the most wanted list for killing somebody. But they were all in there drugging and having a good time and real high. And so, they busted out a lot of windows, but the homeowner repaired all the windows. And the very next weekend, they had a big party there again. And so, but the neighbors are extremely frustrated. And this is on Loud Street, by the way. It's on Loud Street. And the neighbors are extremely frustrated because these people are parking in front of people's mailboxes and they staying late. I'm talking about up until like 10 a.m., that kind of stuff, stumbling out. They're very loud. Extreme trash is overflowing in these trash bins. And over by the side of the house. They have taken a lot of pictures. They're really over this particular Airbnb. And so I really wanted our Airbnb company who has so that they're supposed to be up and running to give us an update and what are the procedure. And this is what the residents said, that they tried to upload pictures to the site, right, to the Airbnb site. And then they wanted to follow up. They didn't know that the pictures had not been attached. And then the Airbnb said, oh, we closed that out. We've moved on. I really want them back in so that we can address that. Because if our residents are having a problem with a party Airbnb, then we got a problem with them. There has to be a better system to say, like, we want to know how they're adding the complaints. How many complaints are they giving the Airbnb owners? If it takes 2 or 3 a year to get them off the list or whatever, because they're not being good hosts, we all need to kind of know that. And then, because I know in some cities they're banning Airbnb because the residents say that they don't want to be hotel hosting. They don't want to be hotel clerks in their community. And so in a lot of cities they're banning Airbnbs. I'm not asking for a ban. I'm just asking for us to, what are the regulations How many do we have? Where are they? And what are the reporting guidelines? And how many complaints can they have in 1 year before they're kicked off? That's all. Thank you. And we could address that next Monday. I mean, not this coming Monday, but the next in June, the first Monday in June, if that pleases the council. Because all we want is a presentation, an update. Thank you. Or do they need to go back to work session?
I mean, you can have it on Monday or wherever you want to go.
I'd rather have it Monday, the first Monday in June. That gives them time to have all of their paperwork together. And so when they come back, they can give us an update on all of the, and then in that way, city council members as well can have a copy of where these Airbnbs are in their communities.
King, was June 5th enough time?
I believe so. Kimberly, come back to the podium for a minute now. That'll be June 5th. So that gives us about 3-4 weeks from now, because it's the second Monday of our month. So could you get I know you can get information from Granicus. Would it be the desire of the council member, Renee, to have a Granicus representative here as well? Okay.
I want that organization that we hired
Okay.
to come back and give us an updated report. Now, I noticed that Councilman Bailey had something on there about rental properties as well. Didn't you? About the same thing?
I removed it.
Gonna be addressed in the presentation on the Office of Equity and
Okay.
Inclusion. It was about rental assistance programs. Okay, so June 5th agenda, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Thank you with the Granicus representative. All right, item number 13, Councilmember Cook.
Just a brief update as to where we are on this project. Good thing we started when we started, because there are a lot of little pieces that have to fall together. Let me be simple about my report. First of all, we will be voting yea or nay during the council meeting that will be held on the 17th of July. And by that time, we would have had 3 notices published in our newspaper, with the first one being printed around June the 26th. Now, what's going on right now is I'm gathering additional data from the city manager and the HR staff, as they are currently reviewing the salary program for all employees. Our recommendation we're going to make will fit in with the total picture. That's why we're not jumping out there with a number now, knowing that we may have to go back and change it for logical reasons. So we'll get the logic out there first, and then we'll move forward. The other thing that we're doing is somewhat educational, is that we're looking at a report done by the state as recently as 2020 that shows a relationship between salaries for municipal employees as it relates to total population of that particular city. Didn't take long to identify the shortcomings of that concept, because that concept only has validity if every city basically provides the same type of services. Not necessarily the population, even though that does have something to do with it, but it's a big difference between a city that has no utilities to manage, or maybe one, and it may be water, maybe not, versus a city like East Point, which has the full gamut except for gas. I think most cities in the state doesn't have that utility. So as we continue to work with the HR department, we're getting closer to the recommendation. Now, in closed circles, being the city manager, myself, and the mayor when she's available, we are being logical with this increase in that it will be for council members and the mayor to not include any other accounts other than salary. And we have the support to not even include an increase in the car allowance for the mayor. The other element that we thought may be a problem, and I haven't had a chance to discuss this with the mayor, but the HR director has informed me that at least as far as tax purposes, the amount of money that the council will be paid will still reflect a part-time payment schedule. That was a big issue, and you can't prove that by looking at your W-2, but you can when you get your end of the year tax statement. That difference there is tied in with that element. So that's where we are right now. The other thing too that we need to go ahead and draft is the actual article that will be printed in the paper 3 consecutive weeks prior to us voting. Madam Mayor, that ends my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Cook. Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also had a question about the pension. Can you address that, Mr. Cook? Because right now the pension is extremely low, and is not even equitable at this point. So, are you able to address that, or should we just talk about it offline, maybe to bring to the council?
We can talk about it offline and bring it to the council, no matter what order
Yes,
that
sir.
makes sense.
Yes,
Now, let me tell you what you currently have. The issues that you state as unfavorable are by design. Pension program was designed to function the way it's functioning, with municipal employees regulated, not delegated, but regulated to a specific class. And even that class has a reduction that only fits municipal employees. Now, can that ever change? It's possible. Would it change in my lifetime? I don't think so. A lot of what the pension plan does right now is based on actuarial tables and discussion that were put into place when the pension plan first got started. And to make any real major changes, it's going to take a lot of convincing from the actuaries to the city that the city can afford their portion of the sponsorship. That's one of the things that's out there. Okay. If it has started from the get-go, including municipal employees, you have a better chance of making a change now. Now, I'm not trying to say it's going to be impossible, but I am saying it's going to be extremely difficult to add that group. And keep in mind, everything we want, or you might want to suggest, just doesn't come from the pension itself. It's all of the parties that have to make that concept work, to include the city taking on that municipal obligation. Because once the city commits to a pension plan, if the city goes bankrupt, pension plan might be the only thing that city still has running. Because the state says you're going to do that if we have to declare martial law. All right. Now, I've said all that to say you don't have that benefit because it hasn't hit the table as something that's even feasible. I will say, since I am the council's delegate, I will go ahead and gather some more data so that we can really understand what we're up against and then make the decision what it's going to take to make the change. Your request and your question is a valid question to ask.
All right. I don't see anyone else. Next up is trash bins and townhome communities. 30, item number 33. I think it was Howard Park. The situation recently, a townhome community off of Washington Road, and several concerns around their dumpster or garbage collection, as well as a desire to have trash bins for each individual unit. In the email, they tagged or added me and our city, our director of sanitation. And I called the person who sent the email, and as I was speaking with her, I said that I would put this on before council so we can have a discussion about it. Also, um, when I was talking to her, our sanitation director, I also had been out there and walked the property with them, spent some time with them, really did a assessment about the situation. So I didn't want to promise them that they would have trash bins at every house, because I was sure that if that is not the case right now, there's probably a reason for it. But deferring to our the operations side, city manager and our director, I felt like it was definitely a discussion that we need to have, because there were several concerns raised within that community regarding that desire to have that. It's my understanding the townhomes in that community are attached, not detached. So they're not single family units. They're actually, I guess they fall under what Ms. Smith mentioned earlier about the 4 to 10, whatever, up to 10 detached or attached units. And so, Mr. King, I see our sanitation director here this evening. I think if it would be helpful if he could share kind of that experience, what happened. And I mean, he provided a lot of support to them, but the request of having trash bins at individual townhome communities is something that is not permitted within our ordinance. So that's why I wanted to have the discussion. Welcome, Mr. Moore.
Thank you. It's nice seeing you all again. Section 7-2016, Section 27-2017 forbids individual garbage containers for 4 units or more. So it would be first going against our ordinance in order to accommodate that one particular community. In addition to that, if we should allow them to go with that, then that guy that was just here, he can have the same thing. 48 containers in one little acre of land wouldn't work. And the containers for Leland Point Apartments, I don't know if you know it by name, it's right there on Washington Road. They would be allowed to do the same thing. Can you imagine all those hurry curves throughout the community there? They'd be everywhere. They'd be hit, left in the road, nobody taking them back. People calling, complaining, they lost them, somebody stole them. And they get it started, we'll need about $600,000. So, and then we would have to replace them. It wouldn't be a good fit for the city as a whole to allow 4 more units to participate in Hurry Kirby's.
Attached units.
Attached units.
And so when you looked at the Highwood Park, I believe that's the name of it,
Yes.
community, like what was your assessment?
Well, their clusters are like 9 units attached. And with that, the person that's in the middle is going to have the hardest time. And the ones on the end would have a bit, it'd be easier for them. And there's a couple of ways that they would do it. If you live in the center of that cluster, you got to walk all around your other neighbor's property in the back and then walk it all the way back to your property. Your other option would be get this from the street, drag it through your house to the back. That's not going to happen. So, and then they're going to be left on the street. They'll place the garbage in them at the curb. We'll have complaints about garbage not being put in the can. It's just a mess. I mean, it would be. So
Thank you.
I wouldn't recommend that.
What do you recommend for communities like that?
That community really doesn't have a major problem. What it is, it doesn't have a plan. I've offered them a plan. In fact, I got an email from, I think her name is Denise or Deborah from out there while I was here.
And she wanted the number of the guy we went down the street that works for Leland Point that manages their garbage. He offered to help them out with a 2-hour minimum at $12.50 an hour to manage the garbage that the residents failed to put into the container. He would come down, do it, clean it up for them. By the time the city sanitation department get in there to clean it up, it's everywhere. And now they're looking at a couple $100 because I send cranes and men and we hustle it up, clean it up and take it and dispose of it for them. In addition to pulling their roll-off container once a week on Wednesday, which is practically empty because the people are not placing the garbage in they can. One person start that chain effect. And I think he's the president out there. He have observed the residents sending their kids to place the garbage in the container. And what happens, they put it on the floor because it's too high for them to reach. And once that happened, I won't say you, but the next person come up, they drop theirs on the ground and it just starts. And no one wants to clean it up. But of course, we will. And if they get this maintenance guy, as I showed them, he can come down there for $25. It ain't gonna take him 2 hours. That's why he had a minimum on it. He'll just take it and put it in the thing. That's what they're missing, a maintenance guy. And that would be more cost effective for them than employing me to come do it every week for them.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Cook and Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Moore, I thoroughly enjoyed that conversation we had on this topic. It was all accidental because I called you about another problem. But one of the things I'm interpreting that you're saying is it's one thing to build a townhome complex from the ground up and include trash collection done by the city. In most cases, they're done with the concept trash pickup is going to be privately done. And that's, well, what I'm trying to get to is retrofitting or retro solving that problem is what really becomes difficult after you have built the homes. Because you build them with one concept in mind on how you're going to deal with trash. And it's not necessarily a concept that will allow the city to pick up the trash if you're not going to do it all in one spot.
No, not quite like that.
All right.
Here's the problem with this situation. The builder, when he designed the compactor and the chute for the disposal of garbage, he did it in a way that it would cost him as little as possible. His chute is only like 24 inches wide. And that chute is like this high. And that's too high for them to utilize it. Now, to be candid with you, the city of East Point Solid Waste Department has the capability of servicing everything within the city. And we do service all multifamily units, townhomes, apartment, and single family. The only thing we don't service is the commercial. Now, we had the capability of doing it if we had to be led that direction, but we're not in a position where we can't defeat whatever come our way in our area of responsibility.
Well, like you told me before, what would the property owner have to do to make it work?
I didn't hear what you said.
What would the property owner have to do to make it work?
What we would have to do to make it work?
Mhm.
They would have to, I took the president and the vice president and showed them a location next door to them with the same concept, but designed a little bit different. It was lower, the chute was wider, and it was easy access for little kids that have to dispose of garbage. The one they had, smaller. The chute is about wide as that screen you got there, and that's difficult, and it's too high. So it makes it hard for them to dispose of it. So what they would need to do is redesign their chute and change their structure and put them a little ramp up so that it elevate to the chute, which is simple. And they would also have to just change out the type of compactor they had, which is easy because they're paying $700 a month for leasing. And that just requires them to, hey, give me a different type. And
Got
then
any
change the
ideas why the
design.
current owner won't follow your recommendation?
Well, we've been discussing it, and we have a meeting scheduled, I think, for the 11th of this month to discuss it further.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Gordon?
Thank you. And Mr. Moore, I want to say thank you for your prompt response. We had Councilmember Butler and I hosted the HOA at the fire station a couple weeks ago as a quick response because we could tell this was heavy on their minds, but you had already met with them same day. And I just want to thank you for your professional expertise, advice, and they are very open to whatever the solution will be. After that meeting, we followed them home and we went to the to look at the dumpster and the compactor. And you are so right. I mean, by the time we got there, you had already had trash removed earlier that day. By the time we got there, it was starting to build up again. But, and there's a gentleman that drove up. We think he only put it in there because we were standing out there. But the thing is, you're right. The design of the compactor, the door opens on the side. So it's really inconvenient if you have to walk up there or, drive your car up. So I guess folks, like you said, they just start lining the trash up outside of the bin. It's very tall. You can't
It
even
is.
toss it over. The design is not good. So they did tell me what your suggestions were in terms of improving that with dimensions of
course.
larger, better usable, user-friendly options. So
Yes.
I believe they're open. I think that was probably Ms. Denise who emailed you about that. But yeah, they're very gracious and we're all thankful to you for your input and your quick prompt response on this. And I think they're just open to looking to hear what you have to say and move forward from that point to get their community what's needed. Yeah, I know that it is a tough thing. I live in a townhome with a long row. And so I know that it's a difficult thing for folks to have to,
Right.
take your Kirby's around and you just rather leave them there to the next week. But that's an eyesore to do. And it
Yes.
happens. But my community is a mix of townhomes,
Sure.
single family, detached as well as attached. And so
Mhm.
that's why we have the actual carts. I wanted to be clear about that because some people have inquired about that as well. So, but thank you. I just want to say thank you for what you're doing. We appreciate you and we're so glad you're here to help us with this.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. So I think council is here based on our director's recommendation. We're not looking to change the ordinance to allow trash bins in townhome communities. Because if that's something that we wanted to entertain, we have to give our interim city attorney direction to do that. But are we okay with accepting our director's recommendation that we keep it as is? Thank you so much for being
Thank you.
here and for your patience this evening. All right, I've skipped item number 30. That is the right of way for Campbell Drive. It's a resolution, so we could put it on consent, but it deals with real estate. Interim city attorney, do you want us to put this on consent or vote separately on it?
I probably will want it to be voted separately.
Separate.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we'll place it on the agenda. Is there anything additional you wanted to share with us tonight, or you want any heads up we need, or we can do it on Monday? No pressure.
How much do you want? How much information do you want? Do you want just like a sentence, or do you want me to?
I want an overview, and then if there are further questions, then we can get into that. If not, we can
Right. So the
at least.
the issue really is, and I want to make sure I'm on the record about the right. That's all I wanted to look at it. I would rather not. I would rather not. If I can just, because I don't want to poo-poo the whole thing.
All right, you want to send us an email or something
Yeah,
like that?
let me do that.
Okay.
You know, Attorney Klein.
And then we'll put it on the agenda.
Please and thank you.
Okay. This real estate, do you want to discuss in the executive session?
Yes, there are two real estate
If
Matters
this
of
is one.
executive session. That is one.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, no, tonight. Next up, economic development plan, update on economic development plans, item number 34, Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I put this item on the agenda just to get an update on the economic development plans, where we are with bringing in economic development, what type of business, what's the goal, what's the timeline, just to give us an idea of new business that are coming to the city, updates like that.
Very good. Thank you, Councilwoman. I'm pleased to say that we are finally getting back on track with some of the initiatives that we were doing prior to the pandemic. One of the things that we just launched week before last is that we reinitiated our small business symposium to really focus on helping them as much as we can moving forward. And of course, we're bringing back our business and real estate investment symposium, which we were doing before. Now that involved us doing a number of mini bus tours where we would bring in prospects and tour with them our various properties that we were marketing. And one of the things also, as it gets into our June 3rd Development Authorities Retreat, I had a meeting last week with the mayor and city manager in terms of mapping out all of our authority-owned properties. We have a list of parcels that do not have addresses on them that now we know where they are, have an idea of where they are, but we want to map out all of these properties so that now for those that are small in nature, there might be a way to consolidate those properties so that we have a more significant impact in terms of marketing those sites to would-be investors, whether it be businesses or development entities that would like to come into the city for new and promising investment. So we're doing that. We're going to have that as part of our as part of our authority retreat on the 3rd of June. So we're very excited about that in terms of putting that together. This is one of the things that we want to simply do to galvanize really the opportunities that we have with respect to that. We're also looking at, and I've already reached out to DCA to look at the programs that they have that we are familiar with, but there might be ways that we can incorporate some of those programs into our existing programs so that we can again create a competitive advantage for the kind of businesses that we want to actually go for and make the city even more lucrative for future investments. Now, one of the things that we're still working on is we still have about 2 years left on our 2012-2022 strategic economic development plan. That was a plan that was approved by council back in 2015, but it was developed in 2012, but we didn't approve it until that time. So we still have about 2 years that we are working on that with respect to. And of course, that called for things such as implementing a small business program, for example, to help our small businesses along, locating the city's first brewery, which we have in tow right now, right down there on Martin Street. So we're very excited about that. And of course, recruiting more businesses into our core downtown area, which is one of the things that we're working on. So that, of course, with enhancing the quality of living for all of our citizens and businesses is one of the things that that plan really calls for. In addition, we have been fortunate in that we were awarded several grants, such as our Brownsfield grant, our Urban Ag grant, through entities such as Food Well Alliance, Wholesome Wave, COVID slowed up our Brownsfield initiative. It was a $300,000 grant that we were to expend over a 3-year period. But because of that, COVID, that is, we had to ask for a year's extension. So we've done that with respect to the entity that we were working with, and of course the EPA. So we will be reinitiating that particular grant, but also looking at future grant opportunities once we've exhausted the existing grant. We have just under $79,000 yet to spend on that, and so we expect to do that by this year's expiration, which would be the end of September, that we will actually get that in. So quickly, just some of the things that we've recruited with respect to small businesses. We're very familiar. I think most of us have heard of the fact that Eat My Biscuits is one of the small businesses that are coming to the downtown area. That is coupled with a pharmacy that will also be along that stretch. That site, 2881 Main Street, was one that we marketed for many, many years. And of course, now that whole stretch of building is occupied by new businesses that will come into that location. One of the businesses is already there, so we're very excited about that particular location. Now, there are several businesses that are in the pipeline. I think most of us are familiar with Taco Pete, which is one that has been completely torn down. And of course, that building will come back, have a larger footprint, one that it hadn't had before in terms of having or offering seating spaces for the customers. So we're very excited about that particular project. Of course, we're working on a weekly basis with the East Point CVB, Conventions and Visitors Bureau, in terms of finding them space somewhere in downtown. I spent half of today touring available sites that are in downtown, but sites that we hadn't looked at before just because of the location. So we're looking at sites right now that are on the other side of the tracks across from downtown, outside of the site that we had already identified, which is a site over on Church Street, the former Ace Hardware. And so that site didn't work out because of the 3 inspections that they did. It proved too daunting of a task to try and invest into that building because it would be too costly. So that's been put on hold or completely off the radar. And we're looking for temporary space that will house them to get the work done that they need to do, because right now they're meeting at the Legacy Center on R. Martin Street, and that cost is not sustainable at this point in time for them. So those projects, that project, I should say, is moving forward. We do have finally a contract out on that site right next to CVS along Washington Road. And we're very excited about that. It's too early to talk about that particular project, but it is one that is about to be submitted to our planning department for review. So we're extremely happy about that, because that too is one of the sites that we've been marketing for quite some time. And it's now that we have that particular developer that we've been meeting with, and they're moving that through the process. There is an opportunity outside of the Wood Springs and Suites Hotel that is due to go up adjacent to the 4 Points by Sheraton Hotel out at Camp Creek. In addition to that particular hotel, which is now also has plans in the planning department for permitting, we are working with another flagship hotel that is looking to come into the city. So there's a 10-acre site that is available out in Camp Creek Marketplace, right across from the Atlanta Food Bank, that we're presenting to them. And hopefully that site will be one that will be favorable in terms of them looking at making it a decision on. In addition to those things that are forthcoming, there are a string of businesses that has come to the city already. For example, Cadence Bank located last November out at the Camp Creek Marketplace. They focus on providing funding for small businesses. So we're excited about them because we've been referring small businesses to them for those businesses that need support and help. And of course, I think most of us are aware of the fact that our Olive Gardens opened up last year. And that Fire Jerk Chicken opened up last year, which is also out on Camp Creek Marketplace area. And then, of course, just moving back towards this location, we're still aggressively marketing all of those vacant spots that we have with respect to downtown. We were excited about Rich and Poor, which is also downtown. Plated Pleasures, which are another business that opened recently downtown. And then, of course, again, all of the vacancies that we have right now that are poised to make for new business investment. So just a few, I don't have my list with me, but there's more of what I've just articulated to you that is on our radar and will be on our radar.
So let me ask you this, and thank you for the overview. But what are we doing to market downtown, to get business downtown? How many business are interested in coming downtown?
Well, yes, ma'am. One of our limitations.
Eat my biscuits, and
Yes.
I do know that what is that? Thumbs Up.
Yes. So Thumbs Up will be that business will likely soon turn just because the owner is looking at retirement. So we're already poised to aggressively market that particular site.
So I guess my question is, how aggressively are you marketing downtown for business?
Very aggressive. I just put out Councilwoman a new ad in Site Selection Magazine. This is one that targets an international publication, but it targets downtown. It touts some of the things that we're doing downtown, but it also markets citywide because, you know, we're all over. But the strategy plan that I alluded to earlier has a specific focus towards downtown. And so when you think about businesses such as Soccer in the Streets, for example, Rich and Poor, for example, Eat My Biscuits, for example, these are Leafy Greens. These are all downtown entities that were at one time vacant. And these are all properties that are now occupied by legitimate, thriving businesses. And then the list doesn't end right there. I mean, it goes on and on. I was just at Councilman Robertson's business last week, this first time, and so I was very pleased that he's doing great right there. But we are focused on downtown, not just in terms of marketing, but we're working closely with our DMO to tout those things that we're doing to try and draw people downtown, such as our Eats and Beats. This is one entity or one event that we had scheduled to launch last year, but we couldn't do it because of COVID. So we got right on it this year and we launched that each Thursday from 6 till 8. And one of the things that we had to do is that we had to work with Oz Pizza, in that anyone can come there from any place else and have their dinner from wherever they want, from whatever they want to eat, from wherever they want to eat, bring it there and not have to worry about, hey, you can't come in here because you're not going to patronize our business. They can go there, carry their food with them, or they can go there and purchase directly from Oz Pizza. But the one thing that they get to enjoy is 2 hours from 6 till 8 each Thursday of each week, live music while they have their dinner. So this is one of the things that we're trying to do to bring more people downtown, but also to create a greater awareness of the things that are happening downtown based on our efforts. Now, I should say also that this was an initiative that kind of spawned out of our Better Block initiative that we had last year, which is also downtown, and it touted the vendors that put up booths and also sold their wares to the public. But one of the things that we look at every nick and corner of available space that we have, and we're trying to market that. I noticed that the whole Big Nicks thing came up earlier at the meeting. I can't tell you how many times that we've talked to the gentleman, the owner of that building, to try and get him to open up to us, because we'd like to aggressively market that so we can get something in there new. But he's not interested. And so we are, to your point, we're kind of stuck with that because there's nothing we can do. But I can tell you that it is one that has been on our radar, and we market to try and get some interest to it. But if he doesn't want to sell, but he is, as we all know, he is making money based on scouts that come through who are always looking at his space. So as long as he's making money, he's pretty much satisfied. But it could be a far better use of that space. And we know it, and you know it. And so we're trying to do, even now, what we can to bring about a change with that particular space. But there are opportunities. We thought that we had an opportunity with the old Ace Hardware on Church Street, but that fell through because it just, again, too much that was going to be too much of a heavy lift. But we will continue to market that. And as you well know, the Washington Road site is back on tap. And so we will hopefully work with whoever takes on that, and we'll certainly try and make sure that that developer or developers, depending on how it's configured, will work with us in terms of trying to make that the best reuse of that particular property as well. So we continue to.
Councilman Robinson?
I'm sorry. Okay.
Yep, you're very thorough.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think my colleague is really trying to say that you're doing good, but we really think we expect a little bit more. That downtown corridor looks the same since I've been here. There's not an active, aggressive approach for like a restaurant row atmosphere here. We're missing a lot of great opportunities to really give East Point the look and the feel that we have. Because I have been looking and I am around on these particular areas, I see the vacant spots and see the empty places for sale or for lease or for rent. And what I don't see is a quick list of some of that you might have or might not have of go-to restaurants or other restaurants around the vicinity that might want to be looking to, or businesses. But I think there's an opportunity to have an aggressive plan for downtown, and it's not there. It's not there because I've been in this space for quite some time. I know what I see and I know what I don't see, and I know what I hear and I know what I don't hear. So in reference to the real estate tour, I'm glad that's taking place. I kicked one off as a resident here several years ago, and I'm glad it's continued to go on. But in reference to the opportunity for downtown, we have an opportunity. We know you're doing a lot of good work, but if somebody can continue to just try to amplify the message that East Point is open for business, I think we'll have a little more business. So I'm going to yield on that note, and I have a list I can provide to you, because I go around and I get contacts. Hey, you need to come to East Point. You know, even when I was in DC, we get the listeners, we turn them in. So there's opportunities there, and I just wish we can do better than good. I yield.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for sharing tonight, and we will look forward to, I think the desire is a more aggressive plan around how we intentionally have a theme or plan around what we're attracting, how we envision downtown, and some ideas that we have as well. And so we'll look forward to staff moving in that direction. Thank you so much.
Very good.
Oh.
Real
Councilmember Renee.
I got an email yesterday about a grocery store coming in on Lyle in Washington. It looks like the old CVS building, going toward Camp Key, right down that corner. So, okay. I think College Park is the next street over, Rugby. They're right down that corner. Okay, I told them that, but I thought, Anyway, so, yield.
Mr. King, did you have something? Okay, we'll go next to our last item before.
Thank you.
We have a couple items that we definitely need to take up in executive session tonight. So the last item is update on Parks and Recreation. Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have our Parks and Recreation Director, Shalora Pinkett, who come up before us.
Yes, brief.
Oh, this,
It's brief.
Been patiently waiting.
so this is my item too. So same question. What are the plans? What are the goals? What's the timeline? We have all these parks. When are we gonna get them up to date?
I need them, right? I'm not the tech guy. Y'all, here we go. They told me it would just pop on. Is it? All right. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm actually very excited to talk about this arm of my responsibility. The last several times we touched on athletics, we touched on education, but also the other arm of what I'm responsible for are the parks. So I'm super excited to show you. I took over this position January 5 of 2020. My first initial plan was to work on the things that were outstanding. We had some grants that hadn't been moved on. And like I'm from the area, so I'm very familiar with a lot of the parks here in the city. So one of the things that I wanted to do, along with other things I've talked to you guys about in the past, was actually to completely fix items at the park. One of our initial challenges were trying to get the grass under control. That's one of the first beautification things. Happy to say that our C-Click fix from my department is probably down about 60%. We put a plan in place to make sure all the grass is maintained. And I know a lot of you guys that were around here during COVID know that was one of the big issues about grass being cut. The first thing I want to talk about is some of the trails and paths. The first project that I had was the Model Mile. When I took over this position, the Model Mile was probably 50 to 60% completed. I had the pleasure of representing the city in 2021 at the Southeast Regional Trail Commission to talk about how to activate the park. As the mayor, you know, the Walkaholics was birthed during COVID because it was a low impact thing. So a lot of cities were having challenges on getting citizens to use the trails. So one of the plans that we had was to come up with programming to get citizens out. So the Model Mile was one of the projects. Sykes Park, as you know, we had a walking trail. We got with MTB Atlanta and built a beginners mountain bike trail, intermediate, as well as an advanced trail. And lastly, we had Conley Nature Trail, which recently just got completed. Beautiful site. I'm planning a big opening for that. We're going to back it up with programming. As I told you guys before, one of the big things that we hang our hats on is programming to activate the space for the monies that we're spending at these parks. So that trail will be having its official grand opening, hopefully in June. But we have a person in place that's going to be able to take kids out to talk about plants. You guys had a chance to see her on the video, Vanjie, who will be working with our kids. We built a classroom out there in the trail. It's not a physical classroom, but it's some benches where people can gather to get instruction before the kids go out, or whoever, to use the trails. So we've been working on that, but it's a very beautiful site. The pictures at the bottom where you see the bridges, we got a couple bridges that connect the original trail to the new trail. And all of this is in the master plan, working with Public Works to try to extend that trail out to the front end of the Model Mile as well. All right, so I broke this down with the parks and we'll kind of move. In 2020, we built a dog park, a small and large dog park with agility course, ADA accessibility. We had some concerns with residents or whoever that were breaking our locks. And that's how we started piloting the surveillance cameras. So we use that as a test site. We dealt with that a couple of years ago. But since then, it's been going pretty good. We have a water feature. I also put an example of one of the pavilions. I'm going to show you, we've done it at quite a few parks. A lot of the roofs of the pavilions were falling apart. We replaced them and painted them. So it looks like it's a very beautiful site. And I'll speak to Grayson as we kind of move forward. Oh, God. That's what I did not need to happen. Hold on one second. Oh, man.
Take your time. There it is.
All right. All right, River Park. River Park was a CDBG/capital funding project. This is one of our great partners, our community schools that we do a lot of programming with. Their park had severe erosion control problems. There was no seating around the nice playgrounds that we built through a grant a few years back, probably like 19 or 18, if I remember correctly. But we added a granite seat wall. Also, you guys know it's a stream that goes like right next to the park. We put some beautiful fencing around it. But we got that done. I got plans, I think in 2025, to build a shaded structure, a pavilion that you're going to see in some of the other sites that we renovated. But this project was done in the winter of 2020. So that project is a very nice project. Egan Park was another CDBG grant funded project along with some capital money. ADA accessibility was a big issue with a lot of our parks. So if a grandparent wanted to go out there and see their child play, the parks were not accessible. So we were able to make it ADA accessible. We put new grills. The pavilion structure is a similar pavilion that I put around a lot of our city parks. We got new park benches, and we kind of did like a whole new landscape to open up that property as well. Colonial Unity Park was recently completed on, I want to say, end of last year. Same thing, ADA accessibility, no seating around the playground. We readjusted how the playground sits. That bridge that you're looking at had no rails on it, so we got them to put railing on it and make steps available to access the park from both sides. And we're also right now in the solicitation to put a shaded pavilion at that project as well. Brookdale Park. I know we talked about the young man that was killed the other day, but this is one of our first projects. They renovated the basketball court at this particular park. We did this nice art piece on the ground out there. We recently resurfaced the tennis courts, included, you guys are gonna be hearing more and more about it. We included 6 more pickleball courts, fastest growing sport in the country. So we've been a player in that field since 2017. I attended the GRPA conference, kind of jumped on the head of the game, and we've made some small investments into it, but we're really wrapping our arms around because there's a lot of grant funding centered around pickleball. And one of the things that they're asking for is for me to form programming. So we make the parks accessible. If you just want to play free play pickleball, we have a ton of places for people to play, but we're marketing now, trying to get people to actually join the club. And the club is going to allow me to go and find more money. Then I'll be coming back in front of you guys asking to accept the money. But that is the plan on that. We also did the pavilion roof over there. Sykes Park, that was the birth of the pickleball for us outdoors during COVID because it was a low impact sport. We added pickleball lines to that court, and we were hosting upwards around 80 people for pickleball tournaments back during COVID. We put a mural on the basketball court, my home court where I started playing basketball at Sykes Park, but we did a nice mural out there on that court, repaired all the cracks. So that basketball court is ready to go. And we already spoke to the trails that's out there at that park. We're also starting to do landscaping around a lot of the pavilions that sit in the interior of the park. Our first landscape project is going on now at the pavilion at the top of the park. John D. Milner Sports Complex. So this is our hub for the main thing for our programming. If you see, we have imagery for our East Point Baseball League. We currently have the largest pre-T and T-ball program going on out there on the south side of town. We almost have about 200 kids registered. Flag football, if you go by there in the fall, both parking lots are filled. But Greg's and Nicole's team have done a great job of maintaining that facility. Working with Sean, we've been operating on about 60% of lights out there. So it was very challenging when daylight savings time came on. So the light repair is starting this week, actually. So in the fall, we should have the park lit up, which was a safety concern. So we're working with our electric department on that. So that construction is about to start. We're building an outdoor fitness wall along with Chris Swain. That's going to be up on the soccer box. It's going to be a nice artistic piece. We addressed a lot of the safety concerns out there with windscreens, backstops. We changed out a lot of the picnic tables, the seats. I'm looking at applying for a grant with LWCF to get new bleachers out there. And I see Karen nodding, but the baseball fields are beautiful. But I know Greg and them didn't want to hang out with me this late at night. But I tell you, they're doing a great job. But that park is looking amazing. All right. Okay, things that are coming. I just gave an example of some of the benches that we're switching out. A lot of these parks, Rand, Rose Garden, Victory Park, those three parks, we're going to be putting new park benches and picnic tables out. I just wanted to show an imagery of what will be going out there starting on Wednesday. A lot of the roof repairs over at Ranton Park, that's been done and painted. In South Commerce Park, I got my man Cadell. That's a piece of property. Soccer is growing really fast for us. We don't have a lot of green space where we can conduct our own soccer. So we're working with Cadell on some ideas to try to make that area a multi-use type of area, maybe with turf, where we can start running soccer games, soccer practice. We're converting our outfield of baseball now for flag. We'll maybe have a dedicated space for that super large program as well. Okay, this is the exciting thing I got highlighted at the bottom that just came to before you guys on about a week ago. But Center Park, I know that came up. We initially applied for the Kaboom grant, but it wasn't enough land space for the preset playgrounds that they do. So in FY24 budget request, I requested funds to change out that old playground equipment with some new modern type of playground equipment. So that'll be in the works for FY24. I attended an NRPA conference out on the West Coast. A lot of parks now starting to add charging stations with all the electric cars. So we want to start rolling out, putting charging stations in a lot of our parks that are most visited. They even changing over fleets now over to electric, but I'll let another department deal with that part. But these are some of the things we're trying to be progressive in some of the planning. CDBG award with Bryant Park. And I told y'all guys I was going to mention Grayson. We initially attempted to put funding over there to bring that park back. Ran across a couple of red tape issues with CDBG. So I had to move those funds over to another park that was in dire need. Bryant Park, for the residents that live over there, that park, if it rains really hard, the park is flooded as well as the street in front of the residents' homes. It's a well-used park for volleyball, but in the redesign that we'll be putting out the scope of work, hopefully within the next week, it's gonna be able to put 2 outdoor volleyball courts, seating like you guys saw in some of the other parks to, for seating for to sit around for the playground. We're adding new grills, and it's also one of the corners of our model mile. So all of that is connected with the master plan. South Commerce Park, I just talked about that, working with Cadell and his team on that, and we're looking for funding. So the biggest thing that I'm most excited about is the 10-year master plan that you all approved the other week. That's going to help give me a blueprint on what's next and unused green spaces that we may have that we haven't been able to add anything to. This is going to assist me. If you guys looked at the actual scope of work, I went really heavy on community engagement. We have a ton of community engagement that we're planning on doing with Foresight Group. So we'll be getting public input on what the residents want to see in some spaces that they can design some of the things that people are asking for. So that's what we're hoping to come out of this master plan. And that is my presentation.
Well, all right now. Thank you for the presentation, Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Robertson.
The one park I didn't see was Sumner Park. And it's not showing on here, but my question is, why wait? Because you're gonna fix Retan Park and all the other parks now, right?
No, I'm just adding seating. It's like the benches, picnic
Because
tables
seating
tore
is
down.
needed at
Yeah.
Sumner Park as well.
It's coming.
It's awful.
Yeah,
They
so,
try to have a neighborhood meeting over there.
yes.
It's nasty. The benches are broke.
Yep.
The grill is nasty. And it's not a place where you really want to sit.
So the slide that I showed you of the example of the seating and the picnic benches, those benches come in on Wednesday. So we'll be dispersing those, some at Sumner and some of these other parks that you saw.
So do you know what's the timeline when you will start on Sumner Park and Center Park?
Center Park will be FY '24. So
what's the
in my
timeline-
budget,
What's the timeline for
so
Sumner?
once we get it approved, that is gonna be a procurement deal because those individual playground pieces are gonna exceed our threshold. I've already priced them, but it is one of those things that have to go out for solicitation. Now, in regards to Sumner Park, those benches are en route to arrive on Wednesday.
Okay,
So we'll be putting those out, you know, if it's not raining too crazy because we have to put the concrete down, but it should be arriving to the warehouse on Wednesday.
okay. And do they pressure wash where the benches go? Because
Well, we're getting away from all that wood. We got like a protected coated metal that's gonna have a longer shelf life.
okay,
So all that wood, we're getting all that stuff out, going with more modern stuff.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Robertson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to start off with the dog park.
Yes.
I think the dog park, is the water, I think it's fixed now?
Yes,
that
it
correct?
is.
Okay, the water's fixed now. And really, in reference to Sumner Park, it does need a lot of work, but it also is one of the most beautiful parks, pound for pound, in reference to variety with the velodrome, the Rose Park, the baseball field, the tennis court, the dog park, all that is phenomenal. I did have a request from a resident about the tennis court. They just want to see if they can get it paved over there or resurfaced. at that
Yeah,
tennis court.
so the gentleman that did Brookdale Park for me, we're looking at adding a few pickleball lines over there as well. And I know I keep talking about pickleball, but we're in the game.
I was gonna bring that
Yeah,
up, the pickleball
Yeah,
line.
City of Atlanta is getting hammered about pickleball, but we're gonna have, once we're done, we'll have about 14 outdoor pickleball courts, and we have 2 in the gym.
Well,
So if you want to come play pickleball, you can come
if
to
I
East
want to
Point.
come back, I was one
Yeah.
of the first ones out there during the COVID, and it is a phenomenal sport. It's very
Great
addictive,
program.
and it's for OG like me. It just helps me move with my agility. In reference to Conley Nature Trail, that is a phenomenal, beautiful trail. I saw the outdoor school setting, and we know that the champion tree, the Hank, will get a plaque coming soon.
That's coming soon.
As well. That park is wonderful. We'll be having another green team walk there this month, by the way.
Okay.
In reference to the electrical charging units, that's an added plus. We can use that as we continue to get our green certification. So I didn't see that one coming, but that's a great, great added value. So thank you for that. Center Park, we just planted some trees there. So when you get the new park recreation equipment and toys, I think that's going to add another value for that as well. I think in reference to East Point's Park and Recreation Department, it's the best in Georgia. In reference to the activities that you guys have, the engagement that you have, I've never seen such a loving unit. So keep doing the best you can with your staff. Your staff is great. And I don't say great that often, but your staff is great. And I think the parks are in good shape, and now they're about to be in better shape. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much for the thorough presentation. I literally was looking at the park plan because I knew we had talked about South Commerce, the park in Ward D, some time ago. So I appreciate you bringing that back and actually working on it. That was something that council approved, and it was a unilateral decision to stop work that we had authorized on actually putting that park there. That would be the first park in Ward D. We don't have any parks or any green spaces in Ward D, so I appreciate you bringing that back forward. Council, again, is already authorized moving forward with the work, but I think at that point it was to accommodate Duke, because Duke was buying a whole bunch of property in the area, so they thought we should stop doing what we were doing, which I disagreed with. So thank you um, for bringing that up. And I'd like to, I know you're looking for grant funding. It's just in the concept phase, but I think, even the design that our city engineer comes up with would be helpful, just to start, showing that
what it
we're
can do.
working on a parking ward D. But I do appreciate you. And because I saw it and I was like, oh, South Commerce, and it's on the website, but it's like nothing.
Yeah,
there.
what's going on?
Yeah.
So yeah, we working behind the scenes on it.
I appreciate it. Very thorough report. Thank you so much. And
Thank you.
Very forward thinking. I like the electric charging stations at our parks. Very forward thinking. So, it looks like you're definitely bringing back what you're learning at the conferences that you're going to and being innovative. And, I got 600-700 kids in basketball.
Yes,
I mean, it's just
it's
so
a
many
lot of
kids
babies.
that we touch. So thank you for your leadership and all that you're doing, as well as the staff that works with you. And Mr. King, thank you for supporting Director Pinkett and the work that he's doing to really continue to push our parks and rec forward. I'm looking forward to the master plan, the new master
Yes.
plan. We've been
It's
on
been
the previous one.
been
and
about
so-
13 years.
Yeah. So good work. Thank you.
you.
All right, Matt, we do have, and they should be brief, but we do have some executive session items that we need to talk about tonight. And we need everybody because we're down to 6. So it should be brief though.
Oh, Madam Mayor, do we pull 15? I just want to check.
Oh, sorry, we need to pull item number 15. Thank you, Mr. King. Staff wants to take that out and take it off the agenda. How many, what do we have for executive session?
I have one quick one, I'd say.
And two
One quick real estate, you said?
Two.
And you have 2?
Yes.
So 3 real estate. Anything from council? No. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess.
No. We went down there this morning to check on her. She was like, I ain't never seen her like that. Yeah, she said, I'm the one who made her get up. No. The executive session. Chief Lee.
That's your stuff. And then. All right, can I get a motion to reconvene?
Motion to reconvene?
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to approve executive
approve-
session meeting minutes.
Motion to approve executive session minute meetings.
Been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn. So moved. Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Good night, East Pointers.